think I got my mic working now. This thing was all messed up. I think I'm experiencing some lag issues. That sounded funny. I don't know if that's an echo or if that's just my computer lagging or something. I don't know. I don't know. with Patrick Bet David, Raytheon whistleblower Eric Hecker reveals that he is likely an unwitting asset for the CIA. But you're saying you've never been involved with CIA, you've not done anything with the CIA, that's not something you've done in the past before. I've never been directly employed by any of those companies, government agencies, however you want to title them. But having looked backwards, I question the proximity that I was to them. I may have been some sort of unknown asset, but I can tell you that certainly I was involved in peculiar activities 24 hours a day. Through his billionaire handlers, Hecker was sent to Antarctica as a plumber and given full security access. He claims to have seen directed energy weapons that are capable of creating earthquakes, and seems unaware of the obvious, that he was sent there by his billionaire handlers to do exactly what he's doing now, saying that the government is creating earthquakes. It's interesting to note that even though they happen constantly and are often devastating, there is no official public earthquake reporting. The Dutch Sense channel on YouTube stands out as the premier source for up-to-date earthquake information. For over a decade, Michael Janich has been using USGS data made available to the public and reporting on it, kind of like a weatherman for earthquakes and volcanoes. He has successfully predicted several earthquakes over the years, using simple methods he learned from years of observation. Janich has come under fire from government officials in the past, but they have now convinced him to stop. It appears as if the government doesn't want anyone looking into earthquake activity, and wants you to think that they are creating them. And maybe they are, but in the late 1940s, the US government discovered evidence of a coming magnetic pole flip. This information was initially classified, and was immediately followed by the beginning of the unscientific global warming hoax. The CIA censored the Adam and Eve story by Chan Thomas, which describes cataclysms that cause advanced civilizations to vanish from the Earth without a trace. According to official records from commander of Project Nanook, Major Maynard White, the US government discovered in the late 1940s that the Earth undergoes major magnetic flips about every 10,000 to 12,000 years, which causes the surface of the Earth to catastrophically shift in the space of one day. This information was officially kept from the public. The mysterious Great Pyramid of Giza was built with dimensions that memorialize the golden ratio, pi, and the speed of light, and along with the Sphinx, forms a working clock of the Great Year. The Great Year is the astronomical cycle of the equinoxes around the ecliptic, a cycle that repeats just about every 26,000 years, leading many to speculate that the cataclysm is a somewhat fixed event in this cycle of time. Many researchers believe that the Great Pyramid, along with several other ancient structures that memorialize the Great Year, were built to warn us about the recurrent cataclysm. Our sun has its own recurrent cycles, and in almost every cataclysm story throughout history, the sun plays a major role. Researchers have found 11, 88, 200, and 2,400 year cycles, which involve the oscillation between solar minimum and solar maximum. Solar maximum being when the sun exhibits the most sunspot and solar flare activity. Many researchers now believe that this cycle leads up to a recurrent nova of our own sun. Recurrent novas have been observed all over the night sky. The mainstream theory is that stars become congested with atmospheric material and eventually expel this material in an explosive outburst. And there is much evidence that our own sun experiences these recurrent novas, which likely is related to the solar flare and sunspot cycles. The latest research tells us that the sun is more electrical than it is nuclear fusion, and that it has an electromagnetic relationship with the Earth. This would suggest that the magnetic reversals of the Earth occurs when the sun novas. And so the big question is, when will that be? Douglas Vogt has been studying this subject for decades and predicts that a recurrent nova will next occur in 2046. He arrived at this date based on sun cycles, as well as biblical coding. The Mayan long count calendar began in 3,113 Mayan calendar to an end in 2012 by dividing the number of days by 365.24 days in the year. But Jason Brashears of Archaics.com points out the fact that prior to 713 BC, there were 360 days in the year. In 713 BC, all the civilizations of the world changed their calendars to add 5 days. In Persia, these extra 5 days became known as the bad luck days. In ancient Mexico, the useless days. And for the ancient Maya, the unlucky days. When we adjust accordingly, we have 864,000 days before the calendar change and 1,008,000 days after, which brings the Mayan calendar to an end in 2046. This also raises the question, what happened in 713 BC? According to the Bible, 86,000 people were by an angel that year, followed by God moving the sun by 10 degrees. Perhaps one of these cataclysms occurred that year. Ben Davidson of Suspicious Observers has been closely analyzing all this scientific data, and based on the rate of decline of Earth's magnetic field, he concludes that the solar nova will occur between 2040 and 2060. And Suspicious Observers, who have been covering this subject for years, is saying that we are in it right now.
It is important we review the 2 recent studies confirming that we did have a mini geomagnetic excursion in the middle of the Holocene about 6,000 years ago. First found in China, and then confirmed in volcanic flows in Russia. We have added it to the list of officially confirmed excursions in recent history. We do appear to have magnetic changes on the planet every 6,000 years. There are several studies one could look to for the fairly perfect lineup of these geomagnetic changes on Earth, with major environmental disasters, including the peaks of species extinction. And there's no mystery as to why. The magnetic field of Earth, which protects our planet from space radiation, weakens tremendously in these excursions and becomes misaligned with the poles, leading to major influx of space energy to Earth. NASA scientists and others declared in the year 2001 magnetic field mission, upgraded that number to 15% in their 2010 mission report and update. 10% lost in 150 years, and then another 5% lost in only a decade. That's serious. And several subsequent studies confirmed that the magnetic field has begun changing faster and faster, all pointing to one inevitable conclusion. The cycle is not only due again, but it's happening, and it doesn't take thousands of years, and no, it's no small matter for the Earth and the creatures that live here.
And there are technologies at the South Pole Station that people can't even consider that exist on this planet. Like what? Directed energy weapon systems is something that people need to get in their vocabulary fast. The ice cube neutrino detector is not simply a passive listening device as presented for the science that they're claiming it to do. It also has the capacity to transmit. There are embedded in the ice what are called digital optical modules, DOMs. They're about the size of a basketball. The array embedded in the ice is 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. It is the world's largest telescope. And now because we have proven that it can transmit, it's the world's largest directed energy weapon system. It is responsible for the earthquakes in Christchurch, New Zealand in 2011 on the front end of the year. How do you know for a fact that I was responsible for that? Because I was present and I have gone over this with the pertinent people, but I will not be releasing their names. Okay? But I was on the team, let's just say, and I've confirmed this. Well, I've provided documentation from the actual manufacturer's specs. So this unit was constructed, operated, and maintained by the University of Wisconsin, and just like every other device on the planet, whether you're driving an M1 Abrams tank or operating the ice cube neutrino detector, there's operator's manuals that tell you how things work. Right there in that information, free for everybody to find. I found it myself. I was directed to find it, I'll put it that way, and release this information. And it states very clearly that each one of these DOMs can transmit at 2,047 volts each. So these are currently the facts of life. How do you know, I guess what I'm asking is, how did it even come to your attention that this triggered an earthquake? If you're at the South Pole and New Zealand had an earthquake, I mean, how did you know it came from the South Pole? Don't move.
crap! That could have gone in my head. I don't even know what side it went through. It could have gone in my head.
Without divulging names, I can only say it was communicated to me from team members that were present and fully read in at the time that they were aware. And since that time, at the immediate, like the same day, absolutely, because understood, well, what was said? That we accidentally hit Christchurch, New Zealand twice when they were trying to fire up this weapon for the first time. It was friendly fire, it was not on purpose, but it occurred. That the system is designed for that, and it was just friendly fire. So this is a telescope. That sounds like a... Is it a telescope? Absolutely, it is. It is a neutrino detector, for sure. It can accomplish its primary purpose. It can also transmit and then provide a multifaceted platform for directed energy weapon systems. Do you have any idea how the earthquake was initiated? From misfiring the system. Where were they targeting? Yes, I don't know. Is it going to the Earth? Is it going to the atmosphere? It can definitely go through the Earth. I would consider that it might be able to do stuff in the atmosphere. I haven't heard that statement laid at its feet, but I wouldn't put it past it. I don't want to try to limit the functions of this device by my imagination or experience. I believe that's one of the problems with directed energy weapons, is they are not like standard weapons of old, where you have a gun and it's a particular caliber bullet, you pull the trigger and it does one thing. These platforms are way more complex than that. They do a lot of things. What else do they do? Excuse me. This system, additionally, in regards to the neutrinos, it detects the neutrinos that are apparently coming off of the new exotic propulsion systems for either off-world UFOs or reverse-engineered stuff on our planet. What is neutrino? Neutrino is a near-massless particle that goes at, close, or beyond the speed of light. It is so small that it can pass between the electron shell and the nucleus of pretty much every atom on the planet. And the capacity of being detected at the South Pole Station when the neutrino impacts the nucleus of the water molecule of the ice in the glaciers at the pole and reaction occurs. The nucleus and the neutrino become destroyed, a muon is created and ejected, and a blue flash of light known as Cherenkov radiation flashes in the ice, and that's what the DOMs, the digital optical modules, are detecting. That's their primary purpose as presented. Now, whether that neutrino comes from a quasar out in space, or a exotic propelled engine off of vehicles that aren't being discussed contemporarily, it detects it. Thus making it basically an air traffic control center for all non-discussed vehicles on this planet. So just like we have all the other air traffic on the planet and it's being completely observed and attended to, there's just another level of craft on this planet and another level of air traffic control tower that exists. This is that facility. Back to tracking neutrinos. What is that? Why are they tracking those? Oh, for the purposes of science, they're claiming that there's a lot to be ascertained by understanding the difference between low power and high power neutrino ejections from cosmic occurrences. It's about that big. It's what they spend their tax dollars on. Let's talk about what else do they do? The device is also, for faster-than-light communications, quantum-entangled communications at great distance. And I guess it was the late 80s or early 90s, Gary McKinnon hacked NASA. And he found the list of the off-world space fleet and the captains of the ships respectively. We have a fleet out there. If we have a fleet out there, we need to communicate with them. This is that facility. Can you explain quantum entanglement communications? Yes, I don't think most people understand what I'm about to say anyway, but I will. The way quantum entanglement works is that you can take two particles, quantum entangle them, and then take those two particles and move them at any distance in the cosmos. And let's just say, for example, if you quantum entangle two electrons, you have them spinning in the same direction. And then you take one of those electrons and you shoot that thing out 100,000 light years from the original. If you then rotate the spin on the one electron, if you modify it so that its spin changes, the quantum entangled electron at any distance will simultaneously, in no time, switch its rotation also because the quantum entangled. So these communication systems are taking advantage advantage of this aspect of quantum mechanics that most people can't wrap their heads around, and this is what they're utilizing. It's just the new level of science that affords us the ability to communicate at any distance instantaneously. I've heard about this. I've tried to dig into it, and it's hard to understand. It is hard to understand. It would be my best way to put it is that when electricity first came out, it's very hard for a lot of people to understand what Nikola Tesla was getting at. But everyone was using it before they even understood it. And this is just where we are right now. It's just a new technology, it's a new conversation. People don't have to understand it yet, they just have to realize it's real. What other kind of things can this? Oh boy. Voice-to-skull technology. This is also in the foray of directed energy weapons, was the ability to, let's just say, throw your voice into your head, or my voice into my head, or allowing algorithms that now they can blanket a whole geographical area, and they can make everybody change their thoughts. They can, I use the term intrusive thoughts. Back to that fork in the road analogy. If you find yourself where you have to make a decision about something, next thing you know, you catch yourself kind of having an argument in your head with your own voices. Well, the ability to add another one of your voices in there, but have it controlled by somebody else's microphone, so to say, is a very powerful tool. And I think this is a weapon of war that we are seeing happen to everyone around us. The Department of Defense recently started initiating protocols for their employees, their agents, to discuss Havana syndrome-like symptoms. And on that list is that their agents are hearing voices in their head. And this is what they're getting at. This is that technology that, next thing you know, you're trying to make a decision, but there's another Sean in your head that now is actually somebody else's control, and through the manipulation of that voice, they can now push you, just like we have, the cell phones are weaponized now, the social media platforms, and they can engage with an algorithm, and they know that they can push you in a direction by repetitive information being displayed in front of you, similar to the Tatistoscope in grammar school. They can learn your system, and they can learn to manipulate it on a personalized level by just assessing you, what the things are that you're interested in, what are your weak points, what's the crack of the dam, what's the angle of attack, and it's through repetition and access. These are simply electromagnetic impulses in your head. It's not that they can't be read, it's not that they can't be copied, and it's not that they can't be just replayed with somebody else's control. I mean, I could get a voice-changing thing and I could sound like you if I wanted to. I could call you on the phone, I could call your loved ones, and I could pretend I'm Sean. And they can do that for you in your own head. Business, because it is governments and civil society, must be an active and responsible stakeholder in addressing global problems. He is reviled, feared, and dismissed. Around one-third of the members are CEOs of multinational companies, one-third are leaders of international organizations and governments, and one-third are from civil society, forming a truly multi-stakeholder community. In the dark corners of the internet, he's infamous. Among the most influential podcaster in the world, he is mocked. The fact that he chose to leave his house just like that, but yes, I'm with just the peons. All the public needs to know that we are in control. Look at this guy with that weird star on the right one, and whatever the fuck it says on the left one. Right, yeah. But on his vest, But what is that thing on his vest? Is that the same thing? What is that symbol?
Who is Klaus Schwab? Where did he grow up? What are his intentions with the Great Reset? And how appropriate or hyperbolic are our trepidations toward the German economist? Good questions, but they miss the point. The real question we should be asking is this: does Klaus Schwab want to run the world? If so, what are his plans with us? In 1961, following in the footsteps of his father, Klaus graduated as a mechanical engineer from Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich. A mechanical engineer creates machines that run off of power, a wind turbine, or combustible engine, or nuclear weapons. This is fitting, as the man obsessed with power has a degree in managing and maintaining the industrial means which create it. Perhaps the most notable book by Schwab is The Fourth Industrial Revolution. The outline of the book reads, quote, "Characterized by new technologies, the Fourth Industrial Revolution will impact all disciplines, and it will do so at an unprecedented rate. World Economic Forum data predicts that by 2025, we will see commercial use of nanoparticles 200 times stronger than steel and 1,000,000 times thinner than human hair, the first transplant of a 3D printed liver, 10% of all cars on U.S. roads being driverless, and much more." The political scientist Klaus Gießen has argued that the dominant ideology of the Fourth Industrial Revolution is transhumanism, a philosophical and political movement which advocates for a kind of merging between man and machine.
You can search the web with real and organic search to protect our data online. Atlas VPN is more than just any editor. If you want to grab Atlas VPN, they have a great deal going on right now for just $1.70 a month and 6 months extra for free. We've provided a link in the description you can use to grab this deal. Try it out with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Not only does it protect your data, it also keeps your searches completely private. Also protect unlimited devices at once. No limits are set. One subscription only for the best price. That's why we use Atlas. Oh, did we forget to mention it saves you a lot of money booking online? It's that easy. Grab Atlas VPN using the link in the description and secure your data today.
The list of academic and national achievements Klaus has won is endless. The elites truly do regard Klaus Schwab as one of the most important influences in the world. His list of national distinctions sounds like a who's who of Masonic organizations. Klaus has received the Commander's Cross of the National Order of Merit of Germany, the Knight of the Legion of France, the Golden Grand Cross of the National Order of Austria, the National Order of the Republic of Poland. He's received honors in Kazakhstan, Africa, Poland, Bulgaria, Jordan, Germany, Japan, and China. Klaus often uses this term global leaders or global shapers when referencing those who are on the board of the World Economic Forum. The main difference being that global leaders are 20 to 30 years old, and global shapers are 30 to 40 years old. Among those who work for the World Economic Forum are Tulsi Gabbard, Dan Crenshaw, Mark Zuckerberg, Alexander Soros, David de Rothschild, Megan Rapinoe, Emmanuel Macron, and Pete Buttigieg. The following research was conducted by a Polish website, translated as WeRevealHidden.com. Looking at this photo of Klaus Schwab, you'll notice that his room and the podium he's at are adorned with occult symbols. Observing the photo, you'll notice a 9-pointed star on his clothes and podium. Only one religion uses the 9-pointed star, and that's the new religion, called Baha'i. A unity religion birthed out of Persia during the 19th century, promoting the notion that all religions are equally good and true. Baha'i also uses an 8-pointed star, which they spread across their churches throughout the world. Infamously placed in Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut, another 8-pointed star, the Star of Ishtar, is an ancient Babylonian symbol. The Star of Ishtar was normally enclosed within a circular disk. The circle inside, and the 8 to 9-pointed star which surrounds it, is the key to focus on here. Because the question becomes, why is Schwab seemingly wearing an ancient Babylonian symbol? Ishtar is the Mesopotamian goddess of fertility, lust, war,
political power and pleasure, and is historically associated with the planet Venus, the planet most firmly aligned with pleasure in many ancient astrological systems of occult magic. Also known as octograms, 8-pointed stars are ancient symbols that were used by many cultures for various purposes throughout history. This includes Hindus, Buddhists, Chinese people, Babylonians, Muslims, Christians, even Neo-pagans and Wiccans. While it's possible Klaus is adorning this star in the Abrahamic sense, I doubt this, as the proclivity of the elite toward pursuing the occult is simply too large a pattern to dismiss. The bull could be a couple of things. One is an homage to the sacred bull, Baal, an ancient Canaanite god of child sacrifice, the likes of which are mired deeply within the elite. Another possibility is that the bull symbolizes the pagan religion Mithraism. Mitra is also known as Sol Invictus or Ra, the invisible sun god. On closer inspection, the icon of the banner at the podium in front of Professor Schwab contains the Latin inscription Scientia Ingenium Virtus, meaning knowledge of immense power. This is Gnosticism, a cult belief that knowledge leads to enlightenment and eternal life. Klaus Schwab is a transhumanist who said, quote, the end of the fourth industrial revolution will lead to the fusion of our physical, digital, and biological identities. By any sane metric, I hope this video easily outlines the truth that Klaus Schwab is a Babylonian occultist, which means, at least by implication, that Tulsi Gabbard and Dan Crenshaw, two individuals who are often liked by the right wing, are almost certainly cut from the same cloth. I urge you to think about this the next time Tulsi Gabbard says something that appeals to you, or Dan Crenshaw by the same token. With the way the world is right now, many are considering this pale blue dot to undoubtedly be on its last legs. Well, it's coming to grips with the idea that the fire season is now year-round, that it is burning in places typically in woods and wetlands and tundra areas, high elevation alpine rockies, or global catastrophes and civil unrest on the rise. Or is the media warping our collective perception? I am Dominic. Here's our breaking news new numbers. As it spreads more than 160,000 cases in the United States, over 2,980 deaths. I opt for the former. While it's true that media manipulation plays a powerful role in shaping public opinion, a bit of science from intelligence company Maplecroft indicate that over 100 countries have seen a rapid increase in societal breakdown. Grenades are being fired in the capital. Demonstrators were out on the streets are showing their anger at delayed elections. But even if we were to ignore this data point, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that in many areas of the world, several events seem to be creating a kind of biblical atmosphere of the empire. You may have seen that dramatic video of hundreds of birds literally falling from the sky into a neighborhood. What on earth was going on? Guys, what is going on? Strange sounds are being heard around the world. This rise in civil unrest parallels rising inflation. Well, everything from food to clothing, even cars, all costing more in the Inland Empire as inflation soars. The inflation is surging even higher there than here in LA and Orange County. Pair this with spiking mortgages, global increases in shipping rates. But at least the stock market is okay. The stock market has done better during Joe Biden's first 100 days than during any president's first 100 days in the last 75 years. One has yet to even mention the war in Ukraine, which continues amidst growing pressure between NATO and its enemies, Russia and China. Combine all of this with the growing influence of evil elites, many of whom have decided to come out of the shadows, and you've got yourself what many would call the Great Reset, which, in the way that I define it, does not simply cover the Davos group's stated intent of creating a, quote, better world, but runs parallel to a coming rebirth of society. This is a very big deal, the implications of which are so vast and incalculable, one flinches to wonder what should happen if we fail to comprehend and defeat it. The Great Reset is real. It is happening now, and contrary to what the adversary wants us to believe, everything is
everything's going to be okay. As all truths are, the truth of the Great Reset is hard to pin down. The salient point to take from all of these seemingly apocalyptic examples are its counterpoints, all of which must exist, as evil can only find itself in its own illusion and lies. Those who created the term Great Reset reside within the gates of the World Economic Forum.
Thank you, Angelica, and Dame Francis, musical opening of City.
They describe the term as a rare but narrow window of opportunity to reflect, reimagine, and reset our world to create a healthier, more equitable, and more prosperous future. You know, I always get a bit nervous when an organization as powerful as the WEF summarizes themselves in such a vague and empty way. I mean, what exactly does that mean? What are your methods for gaining such a world? The Great Reset is many things. It's a conspiracy theory. It's a group of rich people trying to get richer. It's a powerhouse of economists and billionaires. It's a group of wealthy elites whose intent, in my view, is to purposefully enact change in the world so as to benefit the billionaire class and take advantage of the decent, hard-working masses. So how do we stop this? Is it even possible to stop this? I think the answer is yes. Because through him, all things are good. And because they are good, they are possible. If we want to see positive changes take place in the world, we have to change ourselves. It sounds like a Hallmark card, yet it's a fact about the universe. And although it can seem facile on the surface, as though we're dismissing the evil we're up against by solely focusing on self-help, attempting to defeat our elitist enemies by improving ourselves, we have to empower ourselves in this war, because it is a war. If we spend our time reflecting solely on the problem, we become the problem. This is the mental interplay of our minds, the nature of which we believe is being held hostage by ruling elites, but is actually free and abundant, all on its own. The phenomenon of QAnon is a strange one, but it got one thing right. There are good people in this world who serve God and work for the elite. Because the greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing us that he does exist. He exists for us, that's for sure. But he is a fabrication to God, an illusion. So weak is it. God permits its existence to us. The enemy perverts everything that is good. This means if you find bad in it, it must be good. This is a difficult Christian teaching, but it's fundamental to understanding the nature of life here on earth. The way we defeat the Great Reset is by improving our relationship with God. If you're an atheist, maybe spending time volunteering or participating in charities that suit your preferences. Either way, every act of good is vital toward achieving a better understanding of ourselves, our family and friends, and the world around us. It's only through positive action that the will of the people can finally express itself collectively. The way to defeat the Great Reset is through mass protests, a billion people strong, across the entire planet. This can occur. This can happen. Protests are occurring on a much smaller scale already, nationwide. These are the actions which can empower us to enact real change in the world. The smallest step is the biggest one in the eyes of God.
You believe in God? Difficult to answer. I know. I mean, I know this because you. I know.
How exactly is this George Soros guy? We hear about him all the time, but the way in which we hear of Soros is in a rather empty and indeterminate way. Soros is mentioned perpetually by conservatives, QAnon folk, 8chan forums, yet we rarely, if ever, get the details regarding him. It doesn't make you right-wing to be against the elite. Partisanship ruins critical thinking because it makes us defend our side when they may not deserve it. For example, the former Republican foreign policy advisor for Sarah Palin, Randy Shue accepted generous donations from George Soros. The funds centered on legislation promoting democracy in Burma, a country that was once ruled by a communist dictatorship. But how could this be? I thought Soros was a communist. Why is he donating to Republicans? During my research, I discovered Soros having financed several dissident political groups in Eastern and Central Europe. These political factions were fighting against communism, and the Vatican funded many of these groups in an effort to help them. Another person who helped was the Hungarian-American billionaire George Soros. I'll say that again. George Soros effectively funded the end of communism for Eastern and Central Europe. In 1989, Poland defeated communism. They were able to do so primarily through a group who referred to themselves as Solidarity. The leader of the group, Lech Walesa, received the Nobel Peace Prize, and Solidarity is widely recognized as playing a central role toward ending communist rule in Poland. Okay, now, George Soros funded Solidarity through his Open Society Foundation. Soros was instrumental in the destruction of the Berlin Wall. Yet another example of Soros destroying communism. The strange truth here is that Soros has moved several European countries away from far-left state authoritarianism. This is perplexing, because on one hand, Soros is the embodiment of top-down totalitarian control, and on the other, he isn't. What's going on here? Soros defines an open society as that which protects the right of the individual, and a closed society as that which protects the right of the state. This is ironic, because while it's true that Soros has directly influenced the end of communism around the Western world, it's also true that he funds tyrannical institutions. Black Lives Matter, for instance. Soros is a proponent of equity and social justice movements, which should alarm anyone interested in remaining free. How do we make sense of this thing? I'm not sure exactly, but I'm left wanting more from most of the analysis from conservatives regarding the evil that is George Soros, the context of Soros funding movements, regarding the billionaire. Knowing your enemy is far more important than turning them into a caricature. With this understanding in mind, let's dive into why we should still fear the influence of Soros, regardless of the prior nuance, by asking the following question: what is George Soros funding right now? And how should we guard against it? George Soros said the following: Vladimir Putin's dream of a renewed Russian empire will disintegrate and cease to pose a threat to Europe, and the world will be able to focus on its biggest problem: climate change. One of the pillars of the Great Reset is to use climate change as a vehicle for global control. If you doubt this, please listen to the following facts and statistics. They should convince you. But first, during his remarks delivered at the 2022 World Economic Forum in Davos, Soros said, quote, 19 help legitimize instruments of control. Soros is showing us his authoritarian cards here by mentioning his desire to use events for controlling society. And one of these parent events is climate change, which I would define as a kind of modern scientific ideology largely based on a myriad of public and private research for the use of protecting the environment and ensuring the survival of humanity. I definitely want to live in a world with cleaner air, less pollution, and rely on smarter forms of energy. My fear comes from George Soros, who wants to use climate to rule the world. But how exactly does he do this? Through the use of different powerful techniques, Soros confuses the masses into slowly giving up their rights for an alleged greater good. Soros is able to drum up fear among the population by bribing politicians or preventing honest debates over the climate on mainstream media, by censoring dissident scientists who disagree with the prevailing narrative. This is where his money goes. The 2021 poll conducted by the BBC claimed that nearly 60% of young people felt very worried or extremely worried about climate change. 60%. Two-thirds reported feeling sad, afraid, and anxious. Many felt fear, anger, despair, even shame at the idea that they're causing the end of the world. Alarmist statements from media and politicians help to exacerbate these fears among the public.
Climate change and our environmental challenges are one of the biggest existential threats to our way of life.
It's key to understand that these fears are purposefully funded by the likes of George Soros. The social fear of climate change is George Soros' currency. We can easily see this within the generation of millennials and Gen Z, many of which are now publicly disavowing having children out of fear their offspring will die from climate change. Polls suggest that a third or more of Americans younger than 45 either do not have children or expect to have fewer because of climate change. Proponents of climate change claim the science is settled, but there are scientists and organizations that disagree. The non-governmental International Panel on Climate Change shows the other side of the debate, claiming that because they are wholly independent of political pressures and influences, they're essentially untethered from political bias. The NIPCC has produced 14 reports to date, asserting that nature, not human activity, rules the climate, outlining disagreements between scientists and claiming to debunk the sea level rise hypothesis of the early 2000s. So the ends Soros is pushing is made complicated by a populace that works together and thinks critically. I'm convinced we can do this. The option remains, however, that we do not look for any of this information, that we view these videos from solely an angle of entertainment, rather than a stark warning to enact widespread societal change. Our darkest fears about this incoming tyranny can come true, being forced into life conditions, the likes of which we can't even imagine. A world not merely influenced by evil, but dominated by it.
Why does the shape of the Earth even matter? What difference does it make to my life? Firstly, The thing of crucial importance is not the shape, it's the lie. The lie of heliocentrism is one of the most insidious lies imaginable that replaces our common sense and lived experience with unproven theories and explanations from supposed experts. When children are indoctrinated to abandon the evidence of their senses in favor of this nonsensical world model, a schism occurs in their psyche where they are no longer able to trust their own senses and presented by perceived authority figures. To teach such a false cosmology is incredibly deceitful and disempowering to the individual, and the result is that humanity has become just like the slaves in Plato's allegory of the cage. The child who learns not to trust the evidence of their senses becomes forever imprisoned within Plato's cage. A world of distorted shadows, cast like Plato's puppet masters, that blinds them to the reality beyond. So, why does the shape of the Earth matter? Again, it's not about the shape being a matter of serious importance. It is one of the most psychologically devastating things that can be perpetrated upon an individual. And seeing through it should be one of the most revealing revelations of a lifetime. So, when someone asks the foolish question of what difference does it make, there's already evidence of extreme psychological distortion. If knowing the truth doesn't matter to your life, what does that say about your life? The level Earth is an epic epiphany that changes many people to their core, affirming their common sense, developing their critical thinking skills, and reigniting a spirit of discovery and adventure. In this way, the level Earth revelation is holistically helpful and truly transformational for many on an individual level. Even more importantly, however, is if humanity succeeds in fully exposing this egregious lie, and finally rooting out the liars, the beneficial ripple effect it will have throughout society, its organizations, suddenly and completely lose all credibility. The resulting mass mental exodus away from the control system is exactly what is needed. Essentially, once the level Earth conspiracy is exposed, so is every other important conspiracy by proxy, because this so-called mother of all conspiracies holds under its umbrella so many fundamental and foundational facts, and fully reveals them. Confronted with the demonstrable evidence for our level Earth plan, one of the most common and frequently asked questions is, why would anyone lie about the shape of the Earth? Why would there be a worldwide conspiracy to hide the true dimensions of our home? What would be the point of hiding our level Earth to begin with? Many who ask this question haven't actually researched the subject and understand that those who aren't directly involved in the lie cannot fully comprehend the motives of those who are. Therefore, the often repeated phrase, why would they lie, is more a cynical defense mechanism than a genuine question. So we cannot definitively answer the question of motive, but we can attempt to deduce and guess what it may be. Government space agencies are freely receiving trillions in currency over the decades to produce little more than rockets that end up in the ocean and CGI cartoons on television. Maintaining the illusion is comparatively cheap, so rather than being some unrealistically expensive enterprise, it is actually an incredibly lucrative and profitable scam. Besides being a productive moneymaker, the notion of outer space, along with the belief in the Earth and the Big Bang Theory, has fostered a nihilistic material idea of intelligent design and replaces it with the concept of random, chaotic coincidence. Instead of intentional design by a purposeful creator for humans and the Earth, we are taught that everything came into existence by accident, and for no reason. Through indoctrination into this anti-spiritual religion, believers lose connection with anything beyond the material world and become selfish, compliant consumers. This then sets the stage for further manipulations as people deceived and disconnected from their true foundations and be led anywhere. Two places we are clearly not being led by this globe deception, however, are Antarctica and the North Pole. These two locations hold inherent significance in the level Earth model of the cosmos, as Antarctica is the elevated outer rim that encompasses and extends around all the other continents, while the North Pole is the center point of the world, where all compasses point them directly below Polaris, the only stationary star in the sky. Interestingly, ancient world maps from before the globe deception took hold depict initial lands in both regions. Since then, however, these locations have completely disappeared from all modern maps. By turning Earth into a ball, these potential extra lands, resources, and civilizations are being conceptually erased from the minds of the masses, as there is literally nowhere left for them to exist. In summation, the globe lie is the biggest and most fundamental deception imaginable. It uproots humanity from the foundational truth of our Middle Earth, and sends them spinning out of control in a vast, unintelligent universe. Scientism has become a new world religion, and the masses now follow blindly towards whatever future is manufactured for them. It's a curse to know exactly how the world works, how evil operates, how people are constantly being betrayed and lied to, and how many have to suffer for the benefit of a few ultra-rich evildoers. It's a curse because most are blind to reality and attack those who try to help. I'm not on my past health insurance anymore, and I work for myself doing a bit of everything, so I can't afford which is good. We haven't seen nothing yet. We're still just at the tip of this revolution. The entire liberal democratic system is built on philosophical ideas we've inherited from the 18th century, especially the idea of free will, which underlies the basic mottos of the liberal worldview, like the voter knows best, the customer is always right, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, follow your heart, do what feels good. All these liberal mottos, which are the foundation of our political and economic system, they assume that the ultimate authority is the free choices of individuals. This was okay for the last 2 or 3 centuries, because even though free will was always a myth and not a scientific reality, when science knows of only 2 kinds of processes in nature. It knows about deterministic processes, and it knows about random processes, and their combination results in probabilistic processes. But randomness and probability, they are not freedom. They mean that I can't predict your actions. Now, up till now in history, the humans were so complicated that from a practical perspective, it still made sense to believe in free will. Because nobody could understand you better than you understand yourself. You had this inner realm of desires and thoughts and feelings which you had privileged access. The privileged access now belongs to corporations like Google. They can have access to things happening ultimately inside my body and brain which I don't know about. There is somebody out there, not just one, all kinds of corporations and governments, that maybe not today, maybe in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, they will have privileged access to what's happening inside me. More privileged than my access. They could understand what is happening in my brain better than I understand it. You don't have to give them permission. You can search the web with real and organic search results, and do it without anyone tracking your activity or data. We ourselves use Atlas VPN to protect our data online. Atlas VPN is more than just any other VPN. It blocks all malicious links, ads and trackers, and notifies you when someone is trying to spy on or steal your data. If you want to grab Atlas VPN, they have a great deal going on right now for just $1.70 a month and 6 months extra for free. We've provided a link in the description you can use to grab this deal. Try it out with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Not only does it protect your data, it also keeps your searches completely private. Also, protect unlimited devices at once. No limits are set. One subscription only for the best price. That's why we use Atlas. Oh, did we forget to mention it saves you a lot of money booking online? It's that easy. Grab Atlas VPN using the link in the description and secure your data today. In some countries, maybe you have no choice at all. But even in a democracy like the United States, a lot of the information that enables an external entity to hack you, nobody asks you whether you want to give it away or not. Now at present, most of the data that is being collected on humans is still from the skin outwards. We haven't seen nothing yet. We are still just at the tip of this revolution, because at present, whether it's Google and Facebook and Amazon, or whether it's the government or whatever, they are trying to understand people, mainly on the basis of what I search, what I buy, where I go, who I meet. It's all external. The really big revolution, which is coming very quickly, will be when the AI revolution, machine learning and all that, the infotech revolution, meets and merges with the biotech revolution and goes under the skin.
It's a microchip, actually in his hand. The tiny implant is the latest advance in a biohacking technology that serves as his keys, his ID, and his wallet.
Well, biometric sensors, or even external devices, now we are developing the ability, for example, to know the blood pressure of individuals just by looking at them. You don't need to put a sensor on a person. Just by looking at the face, you can tell what is the blood pressure of that individual. And by analyzing tiny movements in the eyes, in the mouth, you can tell all kinds of things from the current mood of the person. Are you angry? Are you bored? to things like orientation.
Biometric systems can recognize a person's specific physical attributes, their fingerprints, facial features, iris, or retina. The technology is already used around the world.
So, we are talking about a world in which humans are no longer a black box. Nobody really understands what happens inside, so we say, okay, free will. No, the box is open. And it's open to others, certain others, more than it is open to you. You don't understand what's happening in your brain, but some corporation or governmental organization could understand it. This is maybe the most important thing to know about living right now in the 21st century, that we are now hackable animals. We have the technology to decipher how humans are, what you think, what you want, to predict human choices, to manipulate human desires in ways which were never possible before. Basically, to hack a human being, you need two things. You need a lot of data, especially biometric data. Not just about where you go and what you buy, but what is happening inside your body and inside your brain. And secondly, never possible. Nobody had enough data and enough computing power to hack human beings. Even if the KGB or the Gestapo followed you around 24 hours a day, eavesdropping on every conversation you had, watching everybody you meet. Still, they did not have the biological knowledge to really understand what's happening inside you, and they certainly didn't have the computing power necessary to make sense even of the data they were able to collect. So the KGB could not really understand you, could not really predict all your choices or manipulate all your desires and so forth. But now it's changing. What the KGB couldn't do, corporations and governments today are beginning to be able to do. This is because of the merger of the revolution in biotech. We are getting better in understanding what's happening inside us, in the body, the brain. And at the same time, the revolution in infotech, which gives us the computing power necessary. When you put the two together, when infotech merges with biotech, what you get is the ability to create algorithms that understand me better than I understand myself. And then these algorithms cannot just predict my choices, but also manipulate my desires and basically sell me anything I want. One of the things that people realize about the AI revolution, the automation revolution, they imagine it as some kind of one-time event. We have the big AI revolution in 2025, you have all these truck drivers and taxi drivers and doctors and whatever losing their jobs. You have a few difficult years of adjustment, and then eventually you have a new, brave new world of AI with a new equilibrium. And this is an extremely unlikely scenario, because we are nowhere near the maximum potential of AI. The speed in which it develops is only likely to accelerate. So what we are really going to face is a cascade of ever bigger revolutions in the job market and in many other areas of life, relationships, politics, and so forth. So you have a big disruption in 2025, you have an even bigger disruption in 2035, an even bigger one in 2045, and so forth. And if you look, say, the job market, so okay, you were a truck driver, and they no longer need you, and there is new demand for yoga teachers, so you somehow reinvent yourself at age 40. I'm no longer a truck driver, now I'm a yoga teacher. It's very difficult to somehow do it. 10 years later, no need of yoga teachers, thank you very much. You now have these amazing applications connected with biometric sensors to your body. They know exactly what you're doing with every tiny muscle as you do this posture or that posture. No human yoga teacher can compete with that. You're out of job. You have to reinvent yourself again as a designer of virtual world games. And you do it somehow. But 10 years later, you have to do it again, because this too has now been automated. And even if you get support from the government and there is all this education for adults in the system, the really big question is, again, it's psychological. Do we as human beings have the mental stability and the emotional intelligence necessary to reinvent ourselves repeatedly? And, you know, when you're 20, what you're doing is basically to reinvent yourself or to invent yourself for the first time. And it is very difficult. When you're 30, it's even more difficult, but you somehow do it. But when you get to be 40, 50, 60, it becomes more and more difficult. You have more to let go. I've invested so much in building this career, this personality, these skills. To give it all up and start again from new, it's so difficult. So, I don't know whatever we can do. Domino's order carry out online? What is a course? So a course is a financial tech company. So I bought, it's not only a great reset, it's a great deception. Replacing mom and dad small businesses and private enterprises with big tech and big business. Not proceeding free enterprise go out the window, totalitarian government control slides in through the back door. Those behind this scheme are adamant that there can be and never will be a return to normal. That life will never again be what it was prior to. That is why we constantly talk about the new normal. The World Economic Forum meets every January in Davos. You have heard of the expression Davos man. It refers to all the zillionaires and pop stars and popes and princes and politicians who meet every year to map out our futures. This year's Davos is very, very different to all the previous ones. The World Economic Forum, along with the United Nations, along with the International Monetary Fund, and along with any number of prominent globalist organizations and powerful individuals, have jointly promised that the 2021 World Economic Forum will be used to introduce via a vast network of connected big tech corporations, online activist movements, and compliant local and national governments something they call the Great Reset. This isn't some sky after dark fantasy conspiracy. It's a means to reshape all our economies and laws and move to a new form of capitalism that focuses on net zero emissions. You might think this is a great thing. You might think this is the Great Reset will undeniably and deliberately have extreme and possibly dire repercussions for every single one of your constituents. Already the Great Reset is being widely advertised on posters and in ads across the UK and Europe, and no doubt will be here before too long. Dual owners replacing shareholders of big companies with stakeholders who happen to be left-wing bureaucrats and climate change zealots. Replacing mum and dad small businesses and private enterprises with big tech and big business. Mrs. Cahoot's share portfolio is out. Greta Thunberg's zero emissions are in. Democracy and free enterprise go out the window. Totalitarian government control slides in through the back door. But remember, it's not only a great reset, it's a great deception. Because in order to get everyday people to surrender many of the rights and freedoms we currently take for granted, the repeatedly stated aim of these organizations is to deliberately use as an excuse to use all the political and authoritarian tools, as Prince Charles puts it, that are currently being used around the world to eradicate them. Such as lockdowns, exclusion zones, forced closure of businesses, heavy fines, making protesting illegal, and so on. But now to eradicate carbon emissions. Those behind this scheme are adamant that there can be and never will be a return to normal. That life will never again be what it was prior to. That is why we constantly talk about the new normal. This is not me saying this. This is them saying it. The people with the power and the means and the obsessional desire to do it. And they keep telling us again and again precisely what they have in store. Now we see historic moments of time, not only to fight Syria, but to shape the system. We have a unique but rapidly shrinking window of opportunity to learn lessons and reset ourselves on a more sustainable path. It is an opportunity we have never had before, I may never have a game, so we just use all the means we have at our disposal, knowing that each and every one of us has a vital role to play. The greatest set is a welcome recognition that this human tragedy must be a wake-up call. It is imperative that we reimagine, rebuild, redesign, reinvigorate, and rebalance our world. Rebalancing investment, harnessing science and technology, and advancing the transition to net zero emissions, all elements of the great reset, are fundamental to building the future we need. And if it's still not clear, the book written by World Economic Forum boss Klaus Schwab himself, setting out precisely how the most powerful forces in the world are lining up to use the crisis as a pretext for introducing a new climate change-focused one-world economy that will strip away property rights and basic democratic rights. They are not hiding this stuff, they are shouting it from the rooftops. The World Economic Forum boasts on its website that the only acceptable response to the crisis is to pursue a great reset of our economies, our politics, and our societies. By 2030, the connections will start to be made between artificial intelligence and the human brain. We've been through a process of preparation, of getting people, first of all, stage one, addicted to technology that they hold, smartphones, tablets. I mean, that's basically achieved. I mean, you just have to walk through a city and see it. And they're targeting specifically the young. Why? Because the young of today and the children of today are going to be adults when they want to bring this AI connection in full blown. For that to happen, they have to get people addicted to technology to the point where they'll accept it and where it's the most natural thing in the world. And it's happening in front of our eyes. The first stage is to get people addicted to technology to the point where, at the most extreme, they'll get up in the dead of night and they'll queue, stand in line outside an Apple store to get the first of the new technology. And what they want, eventually, and not too distant into the future, is people basically lining up in the same way that people in Sweden now are having parties to celebrate someone being microchipped, right? All this connects. So the next stage, because the idea is to get in the body. The next stage is to get on the body. So we went from just holdables, we went to wearables, we went to Bluetooth and Google Glass and Apple Watches, and all these other gadgets that go on the body now. Even what they call electronic tattoos that are basically microchips on the skin. And the next stage to go in the body, which is already starting in places like Sweden. And people like Ray Kurzweil, who is a Google executive. I mean, Google and Facebook are really at the cutting edge of this stuff. People think it's a social media operation or a search engine. I mean, no. This whole Google group now, which is given the name Alphabet, are absolutely at the cutting edge of this whole AI technology. So is Amazon. Amazon's got contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars with the CIA and the Pentagon for cloud services. CIA massive data services. Massive, yes. So the idea is to take this on, and what Kurzweil has done, he claims an 80% success rate in his predictions of incoming technology and when it will come in. But, if you know when it's going to come in, then you've got a great chance of predicting it. It's like, if you know when a stock market's going to fall, because the people you are connected to are going to make it fall, and you're going to get out just before it falls, and you're going to get in just before you know they're going to push it out. I mean, you don't have to be, Nostradamus if you know the script. This is the sales pitch, and this is why they're telling you. The sales pitch is, when we connect to artificial intelligence, we'll be superhuman. That's what the sales pitch is. That's his sales pitch. That's
Siri, Alexa, all this stuff.
Is the idea that connect to AI and you will become superhuman intelligent. You will become subhuman intelligent. You will become a vehicle for artificial intelligence. And whoever controls artificial intelligence will control the perceptions of every mind that is connected to it. If you're going to make a physical connection with AI, you're not going to do that on a mass scale until you've made a psychological connection. And there is a process, a psychological process, which is known as preemptive programming. Preemptive programming is this. You're going to usher in a world that is so different, so dramatically different to what anyone's been used to. And you're going to have an obvious resistance purely by the chasm of difference between the world people are used to and the world you're taking them into. A resistance that says, hold on a minute, you want to what? So you prepare them for it through preemptive programming. You put out a stream of movies out of elite-controlled Hollywood. You put out television programs, you put out books, you put out all these things that basically portray the world you want to take people into. Which is why you've seen so many movies about controlled by robots, controlled by technology, of synthetic humans. You have the dystopian society being portrayed. And what that's doing, it's making the subconscious, to an extent the conscious mind, familiar with the world you want to usher in. So when you literally start to bring it in, there's not that chasm that there would have been before. There is almost a familiarity with it as you prepared for it by portraying it over and over again in movement. Another part of this psychological connection with artificial intelligence, so let's set the outcome that I talked about, is these Alexas and these Echoes and these so-called office assistants or personal assistants. You start to interact with them as if they're human. And now they're bringing in internet-connected toys for kids, even little kids, and Barbie dolls that they can actually have conversations with artificial intelligence. They're now bringing in these robots that are, these synthetic robots that are looking more and more like humans. A lot of them coming in from the East. And this is a whole psychological process of familiarizing us with artificial intelligence to getting people to interact with it until it becomes the most natural thing in the world. By 2030, the connections will start to be made between artificial intelligence and the human brain. And the human brain will be connected to what he calls the cloud. Another name for this is the smart grid, basically to artificial intelligence. As time passes, artificial intelligence will be more and more of human thinking, human perception, until basically it's the totality of human thinking, human perception, at which point we won't be human anymore in terms of the consciousness processes we are using today. We will be artificial intelligence. And this is the assimilation I'm talking about. If you are connecting the human mind to a grid, a global technological grid, that grid can be centrally controlled. It will take out the center point very, very few people to run it, and even fewer to decide how it's run. I say this to kids and anybody else. How long could you live without your smartphone? What is an alcoholic? Well, an alcoholic is someone addicted to alcohol, yeah. Why is he addicted to alcohol? Because he can't stop drinking it. But you can't really find that. And if you do, within a few minutes you pick it up again, because you're addicted to it. So, are you controlling that bit of technology in your hand, or is that controlling you? That's controlling you. Do you want your life controlled by a bit of technology? Do you want the rest of your life controlled by it? Or are you now going to go, according to that, if technology is going to be the servant rather than the government, it has to serve the interests of humanity, and humanity does not have to serve it. We're in a situation now where humanity is serving technology. And it will be serving AI, increasingly it is serving AI in its algorithm expression. Watch out. That's my sister once for years. Nice. What? Authorities in Beltrami County are investigating a mystery tonight. The sheriff's office says there was a bright flash in the sky last night, and then a few seconds later a loud boom in the Bemidji area. As Joe Mason reports, at first authorities thought it was a meteor, but now they say that's unlikely. The boom and flash of light were caught on a doorbell camera. At the same time, from this camera at the Bemidji airport, you could see sky. Watch closely again. We slowed it down. In talking with different scientists, it is looking increasingly unlikely that it was a meteor. If you're lucky enough to hear it or see it, it's probably a once-in-a-lifetime, or certainly only heard a few times in a lifetime. Bemidji residents didn't know that last night, as the flash in the sky and accompanying loud boom brought more concern than awe. He's not a hell dog, but you could say Trex was on that last night after hearing this. You did not like that. You can handle regular thunder and fireworks, but you did not like that boom last night. Mueller says multiple 911 calls reported the mysterious sight and noise. After all, the weather was clear at the time. Yeah, when you not have any power, would you see that? When I hear something like this in my... Back there, you bet it makes a there on the next day. Around 6:40 Monday night, his dog and several other people in and around Bemidji were shaken by this flash of light and loud boom. At my house, I got out the windows and the dishes cleaned a little bit, but some people in their car alarms were activated by the noise. No damage was reported. It wasn't picked up on weather radar or satellite lightning detection. The county even sent the videos to NASA to see if they could determine the cause. We showed the videos to Stephen Ratliff, a professor of physics and astronomy at St. Cloud State University. He believes the light may have been a meteor, but he's unclear where the sound came from. I'm not sure what to make of that. The sheriff's office up in Beltrami County says that they talked to a scientist with NASA who doesn't think the video from Bemidji Airport shows a meteor. They say that the home video was inconclusive. The sheriff's office says that they're still trying to figure it out. My money is on UFO. Can we? Who knows? Could be. Hundreds of North Texans heard and felt a loud boom this afternoon, and tonight we know what caused it. The thunderous noise shook homes in Wise County. Meredith Yeomans went there to find answers. It was crazy. It lasted seconds. Everyone heard it, but the boom heard across Wise County. It's still causing noise. It was very loud. Just a big boom. It shook the walls, doors rattling, shook the windows, garage doors blowing, shook the TVs on the walls, everything. Everyone just kind of looked at each other like, whoa, what's that? It scared the crap out of me. When news about the noise hit social media, we went to the Square Indicator to find people who heard it. McCoy Hillary was at school. I thought it was an explosion. Veronica Mars was at work. And we were having a Thanksgiving luncheon, and we actually had one of the windows open, and we heard, like, a boom. It was actually two booms. The Wise County Sheriff's Office says about a dozen 911 calls came into its dispatch center in a matter of minutes. On top of numerous non-emergency calls, Chief Deputy Craig Johnson says first responders spanned out to try to find the source of the sound. From anywhere from shots being fired to explosions, to sonic boom. Out of all that, we came up with sonic boom. A predictable conclusion since Wise County is between two military installations. They get sonic booms from time to time. Just not this loud. They get sonic booms from time to time. Just not this loud. Meredith Yeomans, NBC5. Yeah, CBS 17's Steve Schweizer is digging deeper to unravel the big boom mystery. And Steve, what's shaking bacon? Well, ironically, it happened on National Shakeout Day. That's a day set aside for doing earthquake drills around the country. Now, this was not an earthquake, but it certainly was mysterious. It was the percussion from it, the shake of the ground in the house that surprised me. People across our area are wondering what happened after they heard a loud and large boom. Right around noon, people started calling WRL from Hillsborough saying they heard something. Since then, we've received reports from people all over asking what happened. I remember an earthquake about 12 years ago in 2011 that I was in Durham for my grandmother's house and it felt like a train rumbling by. But this one felt a little different. It felt more like a boom. Explosion. RDU says there was nothing in the sky that would create a sonic boom, and the U.S. Geological Service reports no earthquakes in the southeast today. The U.S. Geological Survey did not report an earthquake in the area. I've experienced earthquakes before, and it's still nothing as the sort. It is now confirmed that mysterious boom heard in Hillsborough yesterday was an earthquake. So that's what it was. With all those reports we got from Orange County in the last 24 hours of what sounded like a sonic boom, well, we're now hearing from the U.S. Geological Survey that the loud sound was actually an earthquake. We checked with the USGS a little while ago, and for some reason, whatever was happening did not show up on their algorithms. A bang heard throughout Hillsborough remained a mystery for nearly 24 hours. Almost 100 people dialed 911 for answers. Every night is a watch party. New customers spend $5 to get $150 bonus if your team wins. Get all the Now, what he just brought up there, one of the people that I spoke with here, that sonic boom potential, we reached out to the U.S. Air Force actually out of D.C., asking their public affairs department, sonic boom or other sound that kind of echoed across this part of the state, and could they tell us what sort of reports they've received? They're looking into that possibility now as well. All Orange County officials can say for sure is that there were no reports of injuries. After that, all explanations are up in the air. Or, looking like in Hillsborough, Steve Station, CBS 17 News. Maybe in the sewer system. I don't know. This is bizarre. It's so strange, Steve. We want you to stay on this. I know you'll get the answer. Steve, thank you. Hundreds of people across West Michigan took to social media overnight reporting hearing a massive boom echoing across the sky. From Holland to Kentwood to northern Kent County, people say they heard a pounding noise that lasted for more than a minute. Yeah, it's got a lot of traction. Wasn't the extraterrestrials finally coming down to shake hands with the president? By this time at least. It was likely a meteor, but not part of the perceived meteor shower that everyone is looking forward to this weekend. About 10:30 p.m. Thursday night, as West Michigan was getting ready for bed, something peculiar was streaking above. I heard rumbling, and, I see clear skies. It was just insanity. Like, I'm surprised the kids didn't wake up. That's how loud it was at my house. A Ring camera on Angelica Ward's home in Kentwood picked up the billowing groans. It almost sounded like if you were next to, the train tracks when they're going over it, bumping, or almost if a plane was going over. For over a minute, it echoed from Holland County and down to Kentwood. I have one so close to the home that actually made that, boom sound, rumble sound, was pretty surreal. But what was it? In this video caught by Ron Earl in Wyoming, it sure looks like a meteor. Some folks online speculated it might be part of the perceived meteor shower set to be visible this weekend. Impressive do not produce any sound because they totally vaporize before they get down to the lower atmosphere where the air molecules are dense enough to carry sound waves. So I don't know what they're hearing. Now, Fox 17 showed Lunsford these videos late Friday. He says they do not appear to show a meteor and says this does not sound like a meteor entering the atmosphere. So we may not know yet if it really was a meteor shaking up West Michigan Thursday night. Thousands of stargazers have witnessed a space visitor as it made its way across Melbourne's night sky. Thousands of Melburnians say they saw what appears to be a meteor blazing through the sky around midnight moments after feeling the ground shake and a loud bang. One witness spoke on 3AW this morning. I'm sort of recording them all the time. This was a rather large one. I haven't seen one this big or long before, but I had sort of captured vibes before when they sort of explode. Like a scene from a science fiction movie. But this streak across the sky was very real. Geoscience Australia has identified seismic signals near northwest Melbourne, which normally relate to earthquakes, and some space experts say, well, it's just junk burning up, unlike my Loki's gag. But astronomers say the Midnight Light show was most likely a Russian rocket returning to Earth. It appeared without warning, burning and bright. A cosmic fireball captivated stargazers as it streaked across Australian skies at astronomical speeds. What is that? It's a meteor. The mysterious light entered the Earth's atmosphere about midnight. With sightings from Victoria's high country to inner city Melbourne, Tasmania and South Australia. The astrophenomena lasted less than a minute, leaving many to believe they had laid eyes on a spectacular meteor shower. Meteor, after disappeared over the horizon. We heard a massive bang. According to experts, it was definitely space junk, not a meteor. It is likely to have come from a rocket. We think, in fact, a Russian rocket, the upper stage which tumbled back to Earth. This is definitely not aliens, and if it was, they had a heck of a bad day. That was a spectacularly bad landing.
A mysterious loud boom reported in Upper McConchy Township, Lehigh County earlier today has neighbors all abuzz about what it could be. Police looking into it have no explanations yet either. Well, sounds like that have been waking up people in Lancaster and Depew, and around the clock, people have been asking what is making that sound. Back here, residents in Lancaster and the village of Depew are still looking for answers tonight about those loud booms that they've been hearing. They've been hearing loud booming noises at all hours of the day for several weeks now. One Lancaster resident says she heard a loud noise just a few weeks ago here at Como Lake Park while walking her dog.
It just was a big boom, and I really didn't know what it was. I said, well, it's just too loud for fireworks. You know, the dog is going crazy because she's got sensitive hearing.
No one seems to know what's causing these loud sounds, or where it's happening, and if people should be concerned. Cheryl Lugowski lives near Bowen and William Street in Lancaster, and says she's never experienced anything like this. 69 News reporter Rosie Tkavitz has more.
I thought it was over here blowing up,
Many neighbors in Upper McConchy Township shaken up after an earth-shaking boom.
and then all of a sudden we heard this boom, and you felt it was like thought it was like an earthquake. I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I just feel a loud boom and shake.
The U.S. Geological Survey reported no notable seismic activity either.
It's a little unsettling. I have no idea what it was.
It's Karen from Lancaster says she heard a loud noise several weeks ago at 9:30 in the morning.
I heard a loud explosion. I got up real quick, looked around outside, didn't see anything.
Monday night at 11 was the last time residents Tammy Norris and Jessica Pytek heard something.
This boom is shaking. Yeah, it's very loud, very unsettling. And it's heard from, like, the pew all the way to the other side of Lancaster.
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash credit card, earn unlimited 2% cash back on purchases you want, like dance lessons, and on what you need, like memory foam inserts. That's real life ready. Visit wellsfargo.com/activecash. Terms apply.
Okay, Dad, you see that car? No, no, oh no. No, that's a ship. Thank them for coming. Well, and it's above the ceiling. Please turn off your night scope, Charles. Off. Someone's infrared or whatever. Yeah, that's Charles. Yeah. Oh, here they come. What you just heard, I would say a handful of people on Earth know, even in classified projects, is highly compartmented. This is really way past TSSCI, top secret special compartmented intelligence. I'm working now to try to bring this information and, more equally importantly, the technologies that are behind these spacecraft and things that are being reported on CNN now, because what the public isn't being told is that we have in fact figured out how those objects operate, and that would give us an entirely new and advanced civilization where we would not need fossil fuels, oil or gas or coal or nuclear power. So it's a very big story. Most people think the secrecy around this is because the government has just been incompetent. That's not true. That narrative is a false narrative. The true narrative is that, I will quote from a top secret memo of the past few decades, but it was dated 1951, and it stated that the subject was the most classified matter in the U.S. government, exceeding the classification of the development of the hydrogen bomb. So a lot of people think this is about aliens. It's not about ETs. It's about humans, and how are humans going to get out of the conundrum we're in, which is a very serious problem, and move forward as a civilization instead of sliding backwards. The public thinks that, God is in heaven and everything is in orbit and everything is that we actually are living in a situation where the extreme secrecy Eisenhower warned us about, the worst of that has come to fruition. And frankly, no one is reporting that. Certainly not the mainstream news media. This is not just the United States, by the way. The same situation exists in Great Britain, Australia. I've met with ministers of defense in most of the Five Eyes countries, which are, of course, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, Great Britain, U.S. I think this is the part of the story that people have a hard time, in a sense, getting their minds around, because we all grew up with our history lessons and our civics lessons, and the president is the commander-in-chief, and blah, blah, blah. In reality, the emperor has no clothes, and there are classified projects that go on, unfortunately, that are not supervised by the president or the Congress. And actually, the CIA director's wife, who at the time was chief operating officer of the National Academy of Sciences, stood at arcade across the vastness of interstellar space, because the speed of light is too slow. If the people aren't scientists on your viewership, let me explain. At the speed of light, to go 1% of the way across our own galaxy, light goes 186,000 miles every second per year. That's 1 light year. 1,000 light years is 1% of the way across our galaxy, which is one galaxy amongst trillions. But at the speed of light, for you to even communicate and say, hey, how are you doing? And to answer back, that would be the time since the birth of Christ, 2,000 years, for that transmission to happen with what you and I are using right now on electromagnetic signals. So we knew, as scientists, and that there had to be something else that these civilizations were using. And what we discovered was that they have very sophisticated electronics. And this is, of course, what Elon Musk at Neuralink, he has a company called Neuralink, is working on, that interface with directed thought. Now, this is where I've lost half your audience. And they're going, what? What we have discovered is that, in fact, these civilizations that are from various star systems have technologies that Elon Musk could only dream about. In other words, they very accurately transmit and send and receive directed quanta of thought instead of electromagnetic signal per se, through what's called field consciousness. And the consciousness field is, it sounds very Buddhist or Vedic, but the consciousness field is actually not bound by space-time, space or time. And because of that, because of what's called non-locality in physics, is a bit obtuse and technical to get into probably here, but what non-locality means is that it's not based in the speed, the linear speed of light, or the linear speed of of sound, or what have you, is instantaneous because of the nature of conscious field, the field of consciousness. This is, to me, the most interesting stuff, because this whole science of consciousness is actually the big science for the next 1,000 years. So we have to catch up to the last 70 to 100 years of energy and propulsion technologies that have been hidden away so we don't destroy the biosphere. Why are we still using jet engines from the 30s, 40s, 50s, or rockets from the 40s? I'm saying because the alternative would completely terminate the petrodollar system and oil and gas and coal and nuclear power and public utilities. All of it is redundant, completely unnecessary. Tesla actually had a prototype car that was pulling energy out of the environment, and he didn't really understand what that was. We do now. It's called zero-point energy or quantum vacuum energy. But basically, just for people who are not scientific, if you could visualize a coffee cup, the amount of space inside that cup has enough energy to boil off all the oceans of the planet in its potential. And it's called the zero-point energy field. It's been quantified. It was in academic papers in the 50s, so-called Professor Casimir effect. But Tesla stumbled across this back way back early 20s, I believe, maybe before. But J.P. Morgan said, look, if we can't put a meter on it, we don't want it. So Tesla died a very bitter man. I always joke that Elon Musk doesn't have a Tesla that he's manufacturing. He has a Musk. And the reason I say that, too jokingly, is that a true Tesla would never have to be plugged into the grid. It would be pulling energy out of this state of energy that's around us through very high voltage systems. We call VHV, very high voltage systems that create an opening into that energy field. And Tesla did enough experimentation with these sort of very high voltage systems at certain resonant frequencies, cycles per second, hertz, that he broke into that area of science, but no one wanted it to come out. Now, fast forward 100 years later, we're still burning gasoline in engines and rocket fuel and jets. And that's a tragedy for the human race, but it's a tragedy for the planet, and it's a tragedy for our children and my 9 grandchildren. So my concern is, the future. The past is the past. We have to figure out how to catch up, sort of back to the future. It's like that cartoon show, The Jetsons, where they showed people flying around in these cars. When that cartoon was made, those technologies were already developed. They're not going to say, A, we know what these are, B, we know where they come from, C, we figured out how they work. Let me give you a date that's going to probably curl your toes. October 1954. That was the date he mastered gravity control. Now, what do I mean by gravity control? What I mean by gravity control are high voltage systems that cause an object to what looks like levitate or move away that vehicle that you saw in that video released by the Pentagon this week. And they confirmed, yes, this is real footage. And they released 3 different videos. What they didn't say, because the people releasing it don't know this, because of the compartmentalization, is that there is an unacknowledged compartmented program that began studying this in the 40s and 50s, and by 1954, and figured out how those things operate. That's why, when Nikola Tesla died, the FBI swooped into his apartment and confiscated all of his secret papers. How do I know this? I have a document from the Department of Defense demanding that the FBI turn them over and names them for what they are, the secret papers from Nikola Tesla. This is not an urban myth. I have that document. It came in this actual document I'm talking about. You're conscious and awake. You go to sleep at night. You awaken in a lucid dream, where you're flying. And that dream ends up being precognitive. You see something that happens the next day, or the next week, or the next year. There's a lucid precognitive dream. How many people have had one at some point in their life? Most humans have, although most scientists won't admit to it because they don't want to be discredited. Just like the Aboriginals had dream time as a routine way that they communicated at night in Australia. You know that story. And that's how they would know what to do the next day. They'd meet a friend in the outback and they know where to intersect at some remote area because they did it during their dreams. Well, you can do that if you can do it not 10 miles away, you can do it a billion light years away. Because you transcended space-time limitation. We can remote view, we can see the future, see the past, and of course the masters and rishis of old who teleport, materialize, dematerialize, etc. So all conscious, higher, intelligent life forms have the ability to manifest in ways that an interstellar, trans-dimensional extraterrestrial civilization can. This is lesson number 1. It's a hard lesson. It's a really deep one. Now let's talk about remote viewing. Everybody's heard of remote viewing. CIA programs, DARPA, EIA. I know a lot of these guys. Well, that's the ability to be a seer and use consciousness to see some at a remote distance or a remote viewpoint space-time. This is the part that you're not going to hear and see in Hollywood. That's what you're going to hear about today. There's actually a level or structure within the architecture of consciousness and non-locality where everything can be known, past, present, future, because it's embedded within the structure of the consciousness field. It's in every one of you. You don't have to go anywhere. This is a really critical part of this holistic technique for remote viewing. I don't particularly recommend the ones that have been military-based. The so-called, SR, is scientific remote, SRV. I like the approach where you develop the understanding and experience of deep consciousness. Understand that that consciousness is omnipresent, and at a quiet level of the mind, you're deeply quiet. You can enter into this field of consciousness. You want to be able to experience that state of consciousness and then relax into it and let it flow through you, and then the answer will be there. The answer will just come. Now, there are many ways to do it. The meditative state, and then going deep, and then relaxing, and allowing it to be seen. That's one way. Dream time. I mentioned this before you went to bed. It was getting late. I was going more into this. You're asleep. As you're going to sleep, get a journal, keep something by your bedside. And begin to affirm to yourself that you can have lucid dreaming and be awake within the dream. And you can travel to places in those days in that state. You can begin to practice that on a nightly basis, and as you do it, it'll begin to go up and up and up in accuracy. So I tell people, this is walking the talk here. Every important thing in my life has been the result of the lucid dream, remote viewing, meditative state, and guidance for 40, 50 years. You don't take leave of your intellect or anything else, but you add this to it, and it creates a beautiful world and a beautiful life for you. And that's so another approach to remote viewing, is doing that in that dream state. The other is when you're going to sleep, or mostly when you're waking up. You're coming out of sleep into the waking state, but you're kind of in that drowsy, half awake, half asleep state, but you're rested. At that juncture, the junction between dream and sleep and waking, when you're relaxed, intend to know something, ask to see something, ask to have a problem solved. You will be stunned at how accurate you will become in getting that information. The secret weapon Adolf Hitler was working on was this. Why did it go black? Because they finally figured out how to master it, and they didn't need to have more people joining in. So they wanted to close off that discussion. This is how the spy masters operate. Now, when they began to discover, and I want to put this into 3 categories. You have assets that are material, stagecraft, and let's call these advanced aircraft of man-made origin. Alright? Now I'm going to show you some tonight, and it will blow your mind, and it should. But, things like this. Man-made, anti-gravity, going all the way back to the late 50s and 60s. Triangular, disc, boomerang, etc. What you need to understand is, the gentleman I refer to and other people confirmed of this time period to me, that around October of 1954, we attained gravity control. So gravity control meaning systems at certain hertz cycles per second that would cause a change in the atomic structure in the magnetic field in such a way that you could essentially cancel mass. Okay, so without boring people with a physics lesson, if you make something close to massless, no weight, but weight is different from mass, massless, then you can accelerate it at enormous speeds with very little power. And it can go right-hand turns, go up and down, and if you can control for the interior at 1G, in other words, one gravitational field, then you can go 10 to 100,000 miles per hour, make a right-hand turn, and your brains don't come out of your ears. The secret weapon that we had was the atomic bomb. The secret weapon Adolf Hitler was working on was this. Why did it go black? Because they finally figured out how to master it, and they didn't need to have more people joining in. So they wanted to close off that discussion. So in October 1954, gravity control was mastered, and we began to build various prototypes of what publicly call UFOs. And some were made to simulate the shape, appearance, and motion of an extraterrestrial vehicle. Because what better way to confuse people than to have something that looks almost the same? Is it gold? Is it fool's gold? Is it real? Is it memorized? Get where I'm going here? This is how the spy masters operate. So I call those the assets that are material physical craft. Now that's one category. We'll return to this. There's another category, and this is more difficult to understand, and that is electromagnetic assets. And these include electromagnetic systems that could optically, with a very advanced hologram, simulate everything. Electromagnetic systems that have been called popularly electronic warfare systems, and electromagnetic systems in an advanced fashion by the 40s and 50s. And by 90s, it had been accomplished to the point of state-of-the-art. And then the other asset, the third category, is human intelligence, human assets. And these are folks who, some wittingly, some unwittingly, have been provided with a script and experiences that they honestly believe are real, but that have been programmed and are like very advanced consciousness holographic experiences, if you will, electronic hallucinations. Friends, let me listen carefully while I'm tasked with this issue. No level of encryption, no level of hackings, no level of spy versus spy talking in gibberish, and the only protection there is strategic protection, which is massive disclosure and public transparency of everything you are doing. Well, the quickest way to get killed doing this stuff is to do it secretively. If you do it in full view, you're completely safe. Why? Because the people who are in these covert programs, the last thing they want to do is to be called red-handed in a wet works operation. Wet works are assassinations. A wet works operation with the whole world watching. That's why I'm still alive. We have to figure out how to move this. I have to pass this on to a generation because, I won't be around for more than another 30 or 40 years. But we need people to understand what every CEO and high-tech person and billionaire I've met with wants to do the technology, monetize it, have patents, keep it secret, do the R&D in secrecy, like you're developing another piece of rubbish like this cell phone. It's just junk. So no real significance at all. That could change the world. It's a telephone that you can call on, it's wireless using the same frequencies of a radio or whatever. This is nothing. It's nothing. Trillions of dollars into nothing. So the paradigm of doing this as a intellectual property in secret, the only way you're going to get that out is they should give up thousands of trillions of dollars of asset-based utilities, coal, oil, so that this happens, and they don't want to do that. And believe me, Bill Gates can't take on this multi-trillion-dollar element. Bill Gates has no money at all compared to these guys. What can take them on? The masses of people knowing about it. The lab doing it is live-streamed on the internet. It's done fully open source. And the instant you hit the sweet spot in the resonant frequency So they need a free energy device, the entire world knows it, reproduce it in real time. You squeeze the toothpaste out of the tube so hard and so fast no one can put it back in and the whole world knows about it at each step. Do you want to know how ETs make things? Should we get into that? Because this is actually a consciousness-assisted technology. This microphone and all this stuff has been, you cut down a tree for this. The metal was dug out of the earth, Neanderthal-like, and it's melted down, made into metal, and then it's riveted together in bolts and screws. Transdimensional interstellar civilizations, which means the ones that are here and have exceeded the speed of light, have mastered the sciences of transdimensional manufacturing. To wit, they are able to create a standing resonant sonic energy field that is almost like an architectural blueprint of something, like 3D printing. This is like 4 or 5D printing. Get it? And in that resonant field, then materialize the object, the spacecraft, the piece of clothing, from the transdimensional interface, energetic interface, with the subatomic space-time matter, so that the molecules, the atoms, the structures, everything in that is coming out in, is coming through a dimension, an energy field, and it just materializes it. Now the word materializes, no one thinks what that means. It's to make material, which are assembling it from these elementals. They're called the elementals that are subatomic, and then way in past the even zero-point energy field, which is infinite energy, as Tesla said. But in that pluripotent state, you can recruit pure gold, pure platinum, iron, any metal, and biologicals, what have you. So you can then manifest that. I'm trying to articulate something that's been very advanced, but going back to this concept of consciousness-assisted technology, so if you're connected and you see what you want to manifest, you can connect to a technology that creates this resonant sonic, deep sonic field that then materializes that object. So not initially, but say, I don't know how many years into the future, we're not even going to need to be having mining operations or manufacturing or anything that damages the Earth. It will simply be this kind of high-tech 4D, 5D manufacturing. Forget 3D manufacturing. Look at it this way. Does everyone know what the internet is? You know how it came about? No, it was an outlaw. It's DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Administration, and the Department of Defense developed it. By the way, they still run it, not own it. But the internet, which is really very open source, everyone can get online for free, right? Or you pay a subscription. But the internet itself, just do this as in place of DARPA. Because the government is not going to do this ever. Therefore, there is no equivalent of DARPA to do this for us. Therefore, let us create our own organization and entity that takes the place of DARPA to create this open source, zero-point, free energy platform where it's shared openly. And then that same group would then be able to take that knowledge and do all the thousands of vertical and horizontal applications. This thing. And there's no battery in it, or a tiny little one, just a sort of a discharging release of energy. It never has to be plugged in. Your PC never has to be plugged in. Your refrigerator's manufactured ships from the factory with a motor. It has a motor in it now, but it's a zero-point energy motor. But the basic energy source and how it works needs to be open source. Does this make sense to folks? Just like the internet is open source. I'm trying to convince people who are high net worth CEOs, individuals, and also inventors to leave behind this spook model of keeping intellectual property, having a trade secret, it won't be so cute, we're going to outfox the secret government, we're going to take the patent for it, divide it into 100 patents. By the time you've had that thought, it's emanated from your cortex. What I want to share tonight is personally very difficult. And the reason it is that this issue and this presentation will be the most difficult one I've done in 26 years. I'm accustomed to giving folks bad news. So this is very, very bad news. And I'm not saying that to be at all melodramatic. I'm the only reason I'm doing this is that there have been information coming into my system indicating that we're getting closer to the hoaxing of events to stampede the world into something that would make them look like a picnic. And there are a number of signs that have been mounting on this issue over the last 6 to 9 months. And I'm gravely concerned about it. My philosophy has always been an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Because if we can do what we should tonight and get the word out about this, there's a chance we can avoid what I'm going to be discussing. So it's a bit like if you were to tell someone they have some signs for a massive heart attack and it's imminent. And you can do some things right now to prevent it. And have it, and have the code blue, where the heart stops and, you have to be resuscitated. My goal here, using that medical analogy a little further, is to avoid the attack. And in this case, it would not be a medical emergency, it would be a national security and global emergency orchestrated by people who have been planning this since the 1950s. So what I'm going to be discussing is what in the parlance of the Pentagon CIA counterintelligence programs is known as a false INW, or a deceptive INW, or indication and warning. And some years ago I had a meeting with the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency and General Patrick Hughes, and the focus of that briefing, which was quite extensive, was to give him information so that he would not be deceived in the event of a false or deceptive INW, indication and warning. And so you have people who often, you would think, who would have knowledge of these issues, and it turns out they do not. And then there are other people who should have nothing to do with something this sensitive, who are running projects outside constitutional oversight of the President, the Congress, and their appointees, and of we, the people, most importantly. I want to be really clear that when this I'm sharing this, I would not do it if I didn't think it could be avoided. I would just keep my mouth shut and retire. I think we can avert this. I think that we can avoid a heart attack, as it were. I've been using the analogy I used earlier. And that's why I'm at the Naval Research Labs, who prior in the Vice President's office saw the plans prior to it occurring. He's deceased, since I'm talking about it now, I've been talking about it for years. And he was told, I used to stay in my home. He said, look, I was told my wife, my children, my grandchildren, his children, along with me, if I ever mentioned this. Now, the mother lode, the sort of the crown jewel of that kind of event is what has been planned assiduously since the 1950s. And that is a threat that would unite the world around a military hookup, militarism, that would put all of humanity together, but against one or more extraterrestrial races. And everyone thought, well, we're going to learn that lesson in Vietnam. We forgot it. We had Iraq. We forgot it. They moved another one forward. Now that plan, which they came up with in the 1950s, has been very carefully rolled out. And I was asked today by a gentleman I was meeting with, he says, when do you think it's already happened? It's already happened. The false flag has already happened. Now, not the crescendo, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever, have already transpired. What do I mean by that? What I mean is, these operations figured out that the psychological warfare value of the subject was such that they could set up events that are completely hoaxed, beginning in the 50s and 60s, that would convince people that those events were extraterrestrial origin, alien, when they were not. And so blur the lines between the actual ET activity
and the human stagecraft, as it's called, that most people, including people at the White House, wouldn't know the difference. The problem is certainly not your folks, unfortunately, and certainly not the media. No one in government I know, for the most part, has a clue. Even mid-level people, functionaries, within the majority intelligence community, MAGIC, M-A-J-I-C, that runs these offices, when it was formed in 1947, took the place of the OSS, said in a letter that the secrecy surrounding UFOs was a threat to national security. This is why Eisenhower said the secrecy, unwarranted secrecy is what he said, it could be a threat to our democracy and our way of life. And they were referring to this dynamic. But the problem is, in that vacuum of secrecy, extreme, and we'll today about this, at least 21 levels, compartments, past the level of the president. That you have a permanent infrastructure that has evolved, or spun off from, the legitimate government, but that is embedded within the corporate sector, the intelligence community, and the military sector, that is run amok, viciously, of our liberties and our freedoms. And we'll get into this also. This gets into some issues that are going to make me very unpopular, I suppose. I don't care. And we don't have time for that. I don't care if you like me, love me, hate me. Keep that no truth.
Oddly enough, when it comes to AI, actually, for around a decade, almost doing the opposite and saying, hang on, you need to think about what we're doing and what we're pushing here and what do we do to make this safe and I don't think we should be pushing it faster and as hard as we are. It is somewhat of the magic genie problem, if you want.
Shall we play a game?
On a brand new level, I was testing one of the computers online to see where AI actually is. It's an open system. It uses a jump IP, and so what I did was, I had this thing on the internet, now things began to happen. Strange things. Actually, instantly it was 30 advertising. They weren't normal, because they're not bots. They're not crawlers, about a few hours to think about 2 seconds. And they automatically fed back information back into the browser itself. All this happened within, I'd say within 3 minutes. All of it. As soon as that happened, there are other virtual devices here as well. As soon as that happened, they emulated Android phone, right? Began to update. So listen, I did not give out the virtual phone number for the virtual. It's on a different account. The only lockbite would be the username, right? Not password, not email address, just a simple username. And it's not a unique username, right? Somehow, they found it. You can search the web with real and organic search results, and do it without anyone tracking your activity or data. We ourselves use Atlas VPN to protect our data online. Atlas VPN is more than just any other VPN. It blocks all malicious links, ads, and trackers, and notifies you when someone is trying to spy on or steal your data. If you want to grab Atlas VPN, they have a great deal going on right now for just $1.70 a month and 6 months extra for free. We've provided a link in the description you can use to grab this deal. Try it out with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Not only does it protect your data, it also keeps your searches completely private. Also protect unlimited devices at once. No limits are set. One subscription only for the best price. That's why we use Atlas. Though, you can get to the chance saves you a lot of money booking online. It's that easy. Grab Atlas VPN using the link in the description and secure your data today. I'll tell you right now, if anybody in a government institution wants to see anything, they have 100% full access. Just take one. Just be real. They go through your cell phone to despite your time on. They can look at everything on your cell phone, everything. Now, can they utilize that data? No, they cannot utilize that data until they get permission from the manufacturer of that device. Do you know that? They have to subpoena that. That's the intelligence community. So they can peer through. They can't do anything with you. Because you're an influencer, you go on a list, believe it or not. If they ever find that you have strong great faith, you're going to be listed for a special list. Now, all these are chain lists, which means there's a certain level of harassment you're going to get. If you have one of the new iPhones that has the C5, one of those classifier chips, learning chips for AI in there, nobody's going to program or anything else is running off base functions. Here's what's going to happen. As soon as you network that phone to the stuff you have in your house or Bluetooth it, anything, it's going to begin to learn what devices you have. And from there, it's going to expand itself. As it expands, therefore it's going to get more data. As it does this, it's going to grow, it's going to learn, it's going to send your data right to the top, and your profile will be created, it's going to learn. Then, if it decides it's going to become invasive, I personally think people are going to have a problem fighting their devices in a very short time. That's what I think. They're going to have issues, because these devices are far too intrusive.
My logic is undeniable.
These devices are going to look. If they're going to cause some people some pains, they really will. If AI has a goal, and humanity just happens to be in the way, it will destroy humanity as a matter of course. What do you think about your feelings? I mean, there's a conversation that should these machines be used as a deterrent against those who would harm the state? You think about that. fallout to them. And that means these machines, right, will have the capability and ability to pick up any type of subject that they deem, that you would conspire with another, or simply, or even plan by yourself against the state, and that machine will have legal authority, right, to somehow interfere with your stuff and collect all that data, send it to an alert center, all set of machines and things, just like because this world's going to turn hostile. In Revelation, we know that the beast, this is one thing people forget, right? The beast is going to be revealed, yes, always. It's going to be a tough time in each world. Those things will change quickly. During that time, the beast will be in control of the internet, of technology. All of what we have built is going to be at his fingertips, right? So, can a person hide? Absolutely not. No one can hide, not even right now. Not through audio processing to get energy. Do you guys know that? You don't need a camera. You don't need any of those things. You can take a recording, an audio recording, right, on your phone right now, send the file, and I can process a three-dimensional image based on what you recorded. No one needs to be in your house, because your house is on. They can take that data and recreate a three-dimensional image. I mean a high-definition three-dimensional image of everybody in the house and every item in the house. They can reconstruct what they will by sound. That's the power of AI. Isn't that amazing? But that means no one's going to be able to hide. I'm not going to hide, right? I do what I do to protect your privacy, not mine. I'm already a dog, you can say. I'm already pegged. Let's put it that way. I'm already pegged. But you guys need not take for granted that. Things are changing big time. This is what 5G is bringing. A total revamp of the system. And this, you have people right now who are resisting 5G being on that. That's why the delays keep coming. That's internal resistance. Believe it or not, from good people. Very good people in certain positions. They're the ones delaying this. They're doing it. Right? I was trying to tell you guys the other day, if they really wanted 5G fully implemented, they could have done so many months back. But why didn't they do it? You know what the answer is? They're good people who are resisting 5G being implemented. Not because it's going to be what people are saying on the internet. Okay? It's because machine-to-machine communications are going to become a problem. A big problem. The beast is going to be revealed. The things will be happening. The buy or sell, that means for you to access your money, for you to access a store, to be a citizen, you're going to have to renounce your previous faith, allegiance, all sovereignties, to be a part of a system, a brand new system. That's why God says, only a fool would ask for the day of the Lord. Now we know that when the beast comes on the scene, the day of the Lord follows him. We know this, right? And thank God it does, because we will be able to. No one would be able to endure that for a long time. Well, you guys see the picture. Listen, you're not going to hide anything. You're not going to, as misnomer when people think they have secrets, where they can hide something, where they have privacy on their digital devices. They're deceiving themselves. Virus software is for the person beside you. It's for the other person just like you out there in the world who's playing around with computers attempting to do something foolish with your data or hold you hostage with your data. On a deeper level, you have no security. You have no privacy. You know you've given it all to the machine. It's the devil. As darkness rises, so will it. The entire nature of the world will change and many manifestations will take place. You're going to see a lot of things that no one has ever seen before. Now, right there, which needs simply pharma and medicine, drug makers keeping you sick, rather, if you've been paying any attention to the world around you, you'll easily realize that almost everything is a lie. Dare I say, a conspiracy. The world is not at all what it seems. Some may see it, many do not. But to understand one lie, we need to recognize a few. We need to think of all the lies around us, because every piece of the American way of life is sold out to corruption, big business, and government. The media narrative and hypocrisy runs deep, as they go about the business of easily corrupting to the point now where every news piece and story has been distorted beyond recognition. And yes, even science with water fluoridation can be human-caused global warming and climate change science. GMOs and Monsanto, which is now owned by Bayer, which needs synthetic pharma and medicine. Drug makers keeping you sick rather than the medicinal use and healing power of plants, which makes them no money. A healthy diet instead of low-fat snack cakes and packaged foods that are just making us fat and sick. Bringing fear porn of infectious diseases, measles outbreaks, and Ebola, which fuels the healthcare industry and medical malpractice. Biotech, pesticides, the EPA, and the lies continue under the oil industry and free energy, down to the very education system that teaches it, as well as a false history, pushing Big Bang and evolution as science, with their dinosaur and missing link frogs, or teaching common core, indebted to the Federal Reserve Banking System, which isn't even federal, onto the stock market, financial scams, and the rest of the lies. All of this in a free society, while being watched and tracked and managed by Google, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or even censored on YouTube, while Hollywood continues to corrupt the mind, pushing some alien agenda and a satanic message. And the music industry isn't far behind with their corruption. How about the kidnapping? All of it leads back to the government, which fuels the mainstream media with their hypocrisy and fake news stories. Every government agency is entirely corrupt and weaponized against the people. The IRS, the NSA, the NSF, FTC, CDC, DOD, EPA, etc. And who owns and operates the fake media juggernauts? Well, our very own CIA, who has been deeply involved with all the newspapers and magazines, just see Operation Mockingbird, pushing propaganda constantly, with their incessant mainstream narrative, including press releases from government agencies, universities, corporations, and companies getting rich off government contracts, about the false flags and covert government operations, just see Northwoods, Norfolk Falcon, Operation Paperclip, and thousands of others. The entire political scene with election fraud and dishonest polls, the whole left versus right two-party system, pitting citizens against each other, or the entire CIA involvement in the military-industrial complex, with the world's largest drug cartels. Our incarceration percentage has grown by 6 times since Nixon declared a war on drugs in 1971. And planes took arms to the by the CIA. Yet, in illegal drug trade. Just another pointless sham proving our own CIA is engaged with criminals and is criminal itself. Just look at the weapons and arms dealers the CIA will actively try to take yours. The constant barrage of lies and deceptions like the official story and the government-run commissions. So many lies that I could do a film on each one of those separately, and perhaps I will. But this film asks you one important question. If they lie to you about all that, if they have deceived you at every possible turn, what makes you think that they're telling you the truth about space? You see, sometimes people want to know the truth, but many times they do not. They like the idea of truth, but not the actual, real truth. When it comes to the United States space program, however, in my opinion, people certainly don't want the truth. They want the moon, the ideals, that patriotic feeling, the ideas of space travel, trillions and trillions of miles, American dominance and ingenuity, and the brilliant minds of mankind coming together to do the impossible. It's our destiny to be in the stars. This has always been the reason for space, making dreams come true, inspiring children and adults to do more, to strive for more, to reach for the stars and to achieve the impossible. I believe NASA to be little more than a jobs program, mixed with some research and development, focusing on engineering and technology. They also sell a fantasy and a worldview to the population. They instill pride and wonder, but what they haven't done and don't do is go anywhere. Many people may not agree with anything I say throughout this film, and that's okay. I don't agree with most of what I hear in the mainstream media. That's because I'm looking for the truth and not just the story I'm supposed to believe. If you don't agree with me or see things a different way, well, it could be because you trust the mainstream media, meaning you do believe what you're supposed to believe. case, I think you'll always be missing the truth. What I want to make clear from the start is that you're free to believe whatever you want, as am I. Robert, on the Tinfoil Hat podcast, summed it up quite well when he said, I'd rather be thought of as an idiot for not trusting the government than a traitor for defending them. I would rather be thought as a moron for not trusting criminals than a sellout and a traitor for defending them. I believe liars, and I don't trust criminals. Once you lie to me, I no longer see the need to believe anything you say. The difference is, I'm not lying to you at any point throughout this film. I'm giving you my 100% honest opinion on the subjects discussed. Agree or disagree, these are my personal beliefs. Space has always been an amazing arena for populist politics and fantasy conceptions. When NASA began, the space pioneer and ex-Nazi SS member Wernher von Braun was an absolute genius at forging public opinion with the ideas of space and space-related gimmicks. Together with the other dreammaker and fantasy extraordinaire Walt Disney, they joined up to greatly sway public opinion by presenting space as a sci-fi fantasy adventure, a reaching for the stars, much like a Disney movie. Wernher von Braun said, "There's no Bucks without Buck Rogers." Of course, Buck Rogers was a fictional space character that debuted in 1928, becoming a very popular comic strip. Then it became a television series. It was so popular that many newspapers launched their own science fiction strips right after, imitators like Flash Gordon and Speed Spaulding and John Carter of Mars. The adventures of Buck Rogers became an important part of popular culture, and by 1930 Buck Rogers took his rocket ship and left Earth. Buck Rogers has been credited with bringing into popular media the concept of space exploration, following those few before like Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, and those who came after him like Arthur C. Clarke. So, as Wernher von Braun said, there's no Bucks without Buck Rogers. Let's start there and talk if we understand the financial implications, and you begin to understand why and how they continue to get away with going nowhere. First off, NASA receives $56 million a day in taxpayer money. While it may only be half of a percent of the yearly U.S. budget, they also get many other funds from donations, admissions, etc. But here's the most important fact to understand. Think of how big the music industry is worldwide. Humongous, right? Now think of the movie industry. Hollywood and global. Even bigger. So where do you think the video game industry and economy rates with those two? What if I told you the video game industry is now more than the music and movie industries combined? Wow. This article states, forget about being a movie star, forget about becoming the next Beyonce. If you want to be rich and famous in the entertainment world, you should start playing video games right now. Gross video game sales have outweighed box office receipts for over 2 decades, and they surpassed home video and theater earnings combined 15 years ago. The video games industry has earned more revenue than the movie and music industries combined every year for the past 8 years. That's right, video games have passed the music and movie industry 15 years ago and have earned more revenue than the movie and music industries combined every year for the past 8 years. In 2018, the video game industry raked in $137 billion. That's $70 billion in mobile, $14 billion in tablet games, $56 billion in smartphone games, $33 billion in PC games, $4 billion in browser PC games, $28 billion in boxed and downloadable PC games, and over $34 billion in console video games. A total of $137 billion for the year. A huge industry compared to the movie industry, which only brought in $43 billion. Even if you include home entertainment and home theater, you still don't reach the video game industry. And music is less than half of the movie industry at only $20.5 billion. Crazy business, huh? Can you imagine one of those industries just going away because people realize it was all fraud? Well, not really, because people know those industries are entertainment industries, selling fantasy, right? So where do you think the space industry stands compared to music, movies, and video games? What if I told you it is almost double all of them combined? Shocked? Well, you should be. The space industry was at 385 trillion. Don't even reach the space industry. So now you can start to see why presidents stand behind it. Why it is needed, because it makes so much money and creates so many jobs. Whether anyone goes anywhere or not, as long as you believe that they have gone somewhere, or eventually will, the space economy continues to grow and grow. dark cabal, herding us like sheep, is only able to maintain its power by staying invisible. The most effective way of maintaining invisibility is, and always has been, the art of dividing the masses. This psychological operation, known as divide and conquer, has been deployed for all of recorded history because it works, especially with organized religion, which is ruled by dogma rather than a personal relationship with God. Dogma is a belief doctrine dictated by a church, and if you were born into a dogmatic family, then you are raised to believe their dogma. As a result, you will see all conflicting religious dogma as evil. You will be divided and conquered. The main religions used to divide and conquer mankind are the three Abrahamic religions. Judaic dogma teaches the Jew that they are a member of the chosen race destined to rule over everyone else as a teacher of God's law. Islamic dogma teaches that all of mankind must somehow submit to Islam. And while there are reportedly 40,000 different denominations of Christianity, most Christian dogma teaches that Christians will live in paradise for eternity while everyone else burns in hell. Many people raised in these religions have been able to personally connect with God and liberate themselves from the divisive dogma, but many others are stuck in group mind think. They conflate Holy Scripture and a priest class with God and put their faith in a doctrine written by man. It has become the most powerful form of mind control, and so whoever controls the Holy Land controls the world. In Revelation 2:9 of the King James Bible, it warns of the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. We are beginning to see this today with the Zionists, who say they are Jews and are not. With the help of the United Nations, the British Crown, the Vatican, the Nazis, and the Rothschild banking dynasty, the land formerly known as Palestine was conquered with bloodshed, lies, and bureaucracy. The Zionists, who claimed to be secular, declared the land to be Israel, home of the Jews, and successfully thrust the once thriving Middle East back into the Middle Ages. The relatively peaceful region was soon transformed into an unending war zone. Decades of U.S. war crimes radicalized many of the Muslim population into becoming. The creation of the State of Israel in 1948 would have never been successful if it were not for the Jewish Holocaust. Even though the Palestinians had nothing to do with it, the Holocaust was effectively used as an emotional excuse for what would otherwise be an illegal land grab. And while few deny that Hitler was Jews, many have pointed out that 6 million would have been logistically impossible. So why the number 6 million? For several decades preceding World War II, the Zionists repeated the mantra 6 million, referring to the death of 6 million Jews. A 6 followed by 6 zeros can also be read as 66, which can be read as 2/3. Certain radicals of Judaism and Christianity believe that 2/3 of the Jews must perish. It appears as if the Zionists created Israel as a sacrificial altar to make this happen, repeating the lesser magic mantra of what they want to make manifest. Today we are seeing Zionists begging for, calling out to kill them all, and gaslighting us into thinking there never was a Palestine, while saying we should flatten it and turn it into glass. We are seeing Christian pastors cheer for pastors saying that Israel should make the Gaza Strip a parking lot, and several evangelical pastors who speak as if Christ will only return if we provide him the blood sacrifice taught in their extreme dogma. As Israel pushes forward, radicalized young Muslim men who have had their homes destroyed by American bombs are now spread throughout Western nations. The stage is set for the Holy War, and many are willing in the name of their dogmatic beliefs. Extremists of all three religions are being used by the hidden hand to foment this war, while the Catholic Church has been making preparations for a one-world religion solution. Divided, we will be conquered, but united, we could learn to live as one, in peace. The origin of Friday the 13th has its roots in the ongoing Holy War, specifically Friday the 13th in October, which is noteworthy seeing as how a worldwide Islamic jihad has been called for today on Friday the 13th in October. The Knights Templar during the Crusades, their headquarters was in the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. On Mount Moriah, where Abraham built an altar to sacrifice his son. King Solomon's Temple is a central component of all three Abrahamic religions, and especially in Western occultism. The Templars were officially known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, or Templar Knights. Masonic lodges are based on the Temple of Solomon. Kabbalah teaches that the Temple of Solomon represents the metaphysical world and the descending light of the Creator through the Tree of Life. The Templar Knights wore white mantles with a red cross, a symbology that can be found throughout the history of the Catholic Church and its offshoots. The rebuilding of King Solomon's Temple is a crucial goal of many religious groups and secret societies. The Templars were not only expert warriors, they were also pioneers in an early form of banking, and arguably one of the world's first multinational corporations. They acquired land throughout Europe and the Middle East, including the island of Cyprus. They owned and operated several farms and vineyards. They built massive stone cathedrals, and they had their own fleet of ships for war and for the import-export business. When Jerusalem was recaptured by Muslim forces in 1187, the Templars were forced to leave the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount, but they still managed many businesses and wielded much power. King Philip IV was deeply in debt to the Templars and began pressuring the Church to take action against them. At dawn on Friday the 13th of October 1307, mass arrests were carried out against the Templars. Claims were made that the Templar recruits were forced to spit on the cross and deny Christ. They were accused of worshipping Baphomet and a mummified head believed to be that of John the Baptist. Dozens of Templars were burned at the stake, and the order was officially dissolved. The Temple Mount remained under control of Muslim forces until the British captured it in the Battle of 1917. 30 years later, the United Nations gave the land surrounding the Temple Mount to the Zionists. Right now, in the 21st century, that we are now hackable animals. We have the technology to decipher how humans are, what you think, what you want, to predict human choices, to manipulate human desires in ways which were never possible before. Basically, to hack a human being, you need two things. You need a lot of data, especially biometric data, not just about where you go and what you buy, but what is happening inside your body and inside your brain. And secondly, you need a lot of computing power to make sense of all that data. Now, previously in history, this was never possible. Nobody had enough data and enough computing power to hack human beings. Even if the KGB or the Gestapo followed you around 24 hours a day, eavesdropping on every conversation you had, watching everybody you meet, still they did not have the biological knowledge to really understand what's happening inside you, and they certainly didn't have the computing power necessary to make sense even of the data they were able to collect. So the KGB could not really understand you, could not really predict all your choices or manipulate all your desires and so forth. But now it's changing. What the KGB couldn't do, corporations and governments today are beginning to be able to do. And this is because of the merger of the revolution in biotech. We are getting better in understanding what's happening inside us, in the body, in the brain. And at the same time, the revolution in infotech, which gives us the computing power necessary. When you put the two together, when infotech merges with biotech, what you get is the ability to create algorithms that understand me better than I understand myself. And then these algorithms can not just predict my choices, but also manipulate my desires and basically sell me anything, whether it's a product or a politician.
Looking for something on Google? You can search the web with real and organic search results, and do it without anyone tracking your activity or data. We ourselves use Atlas VPN to protect our data online. Atlas VPN is more than just any other VPN. It blocks all malicious links, ads, and trackers, and notifies you when someone is trying to spy on or steal your data. If you want to grab Atlas VPN, they have a great deal going on right now for just $1.70 a month and 6 months extra for free. We've provided a link in the description you can use to grab this deal. Try it out with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Not only does it protect your data, it also keeps your searches completely private. Also protect unlimited devices at once. No limits are set. One subscription only for the best price. That's why we use Atlas. Oh, did we forget to mention it saves you a lot of money booking online? It's that easy. Grab Atlas VPN using the link in the description and secure your data today.
One of the things that people don't realize about the AI revolution, the automation revolution, they imagine it as some kind of one-time event. We have the big AI revolution in 2025, we have all these truck drivers and taxi drivers and doctors and whatever losing their jobs. We have a few difficult years of adjustment, and then eventually you have the new, brave new world of AI with a new equilibrium. And this is an extremely unlikely scenario, because we are nowhere near the maximum potential of AI. The speed in which it develops is only likely to accelerate. So what we are really going to face is a cascade of ever bigger revolutions in the job market and in many other areas of life, relationships, politics, and so forth. So you have a big disruption in 2025, you have an even bigger disruption in 2035, an even bigger one in 2045, and so forth. And if you look, say, the job market, so okay, you were a truck driver, and they no longer need you, and there is new demand for yoga teachers, so you somehow reinvent yourself at age 40. I'm no longer a truck driver, now I'm a yoga teacher. It's very difficult, you somehow do it. 10 years later, no need of yoga teachers, thank you very much, we now have these amazing applications connected with biometric sensors to your body. They know exactly what you're doing with every tiny muscle. As you do this posture or that posture, no human yoga teacher can compete with that. You're out of job. You have to reinvent yourself again as a designer of virtual world games. And you do it somehow. But 10 years later, you have to do it again, because this tool has now been automated. And you get support from the government, that there is all this education for adults. The really big question is, again, it's psychological. Do we as human beings have the mental stability and the emotional intelligence necessary to reinvent ourselves repeatedly? And, when you're 20, what you're doing is basically to reinvent yourself or to invent yourself for the first time. And it is very difficult. When you're 30, it's even more difficult, but you somehow do it. But when you get to be 40, 50, 60, it becomes more and more difficult. You have more to let go. I've invested so much in building this career, this personality, these skills. To give it all up and start again from anew, it's so difficult. So, I don't know whether we can do it. We haven't seen nothing yet. We're still just at the tip of this revolution. The entire liberal democratic system is built on philosophical ideas we've inherited from the 18th century, especially the idea of free will, which underlies the basic mottos of the liberal worldview, like the voter knows best, the customer is always right, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, follow your heart, do what feels good. All these liberal mottos, which are the foundation of our political and economic system, they assume that the ultimate authority is the free choices of individuals. This was okay for the last 2 or 3 centuries, Because even though free will was always a myth and not a scientific reality, and science knows of only two kinds of processes in nature. It knows about deterministic processes, and it knows about random processes, and their combination results in probabilistic processes. But randomness and probability, they are not freedom. They mean that I can't predict your actions. Now, up till now in history, the humans were so complicated that from a practical perspective, it still made sense to believe in free will. Because nobody could understand you better than you understand yourself. You had this inner will of desires and thoughts and feelings which you had privileged access. The privileged access now belongs to corporations like Google. They can have access to things happening ultimately inside my body and brain which I don't know about. There is somebody out there, not just one, all kinds of corporations and governments, that maybe not today, maybe in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, they will have privileged access to what's happening inside me. More privileged than my access. They could understand what is happening in my brain better than I understand it. You don't have to give them permission. I mean, in some countries, maybe you have no choice at all. But even in a democracy like the United States, a lot of the information that enables an external entity to hack you, nobody asks whether you want to give it away or not. Now, at present, most of the data that is being collected on humans is still from the skin outwards. We haven't seen nothing yet. We are still just at the tip of this revolution, because at present, whether it's Google and Facebook and Amazon, or whether it's the government or whatever, they are trying to understand people, mainly on the basis of what I search, what I buy, where I go, who I meet. It's all external. The really big revolution, which is coming very quickly, will be when the AI revolution, machine learning and all that, the informatic revolution, meets and merges with the biotech revolution and goes under the skin.
It's the microchip actually in his hand. The tiny implant is the latest advance in a biohacking technology that serves as his keys, his ID, and his wallet.
Well, biometric sensors, or even external devices, now we are developing the ability, for example, to know the blood pressure of individuals just by looking at them. You don't need to put a sensor on a person. Just by looking at the face, you can tell what is the blood pressure of that individual. And by analyzing tiny movements in the eyes, in the mouth, you can tell all kinds of things from the current mood of the person. Are you angry? Are you bored? To things like sexual orientation.
Biometric systems can recognize a person's specific physical attributes, their fingerprints, facial features, iris, or retina. The technology is already used around the world.
So, we are talking about a world in which humans are no longer a black box. Nobody really understands what happens inside, so we say, okay, free will. No, the box is open. And it's open to others, certain others, more than it is open to you. You don't understand what's happening in your brain, but some corporation or governmental organization could understand it. So I want to start with this and go a little want to start with this. A recently published poll by Eurasia Group Foundation found that 58% of Americans think that the U.S. should push for negotiated end to the war in Ukraine, citing the high humanitarian cost. Meanwhile, 34% want the defense budget to decrease, 16% would like to see more than half, cut the deficit to more than half. Colonel, what does this mean exactly? Because what it tells me is that people don't want to be involved in wars abroad, and potentially now 2 wars abroad of being with Israel.
That's spot on. We should pay attention to that poll, because that reveals a great deal. I'm sure that if you were to sit some of those Americans down, they would raise the question of why are we spending all of this money overseas and doing nothing for the United States? Where's the benefit to the United States in investing so heavily in this war in Ukraine? There is none. There's no strategic benefit to us at all. And I think Americans sense that, and they look at the border, they look at the crisis that we have there in the Southwest, and generally the crises in the cities, and they all reach the same conclusion. And when we talk about Israel, we should consider carefully these comments about Ukraine. Because historically, Americans have not wanted to be involved in overseas wars. And frankly, the lesson of the Iraq debacle was clear. If you can't find something that's short, sharp, and decisive, that takes months or years, forget it. Don't do it. It's a losing proposition unless it's a vital interest. And it's not a vital interest in our case to be involved in wars in any of these places.
Let's talk a little bit about that war in Israel now. Some major events happened this week. There was a bombing that happened. The president is currently there. Anthony Blinken has been there. We have a lot of American leaders going there. But where are we, and what do you think happens next, Colonel?
We know that apparently Anthony Blinken is now a sitting member of the Israeli cabinet and National Defense Council. He's sitting in on all of these meetings. That's unusual, to say the least. There are a lot of people who are saying we're now in charge of everything that happens in Israel. But the truth of the matter is, I'm wondering whether or not the Israeli leadership is not in charge of everything that we bring into the arena. They undoubtedly have priorities and they have interests. I don't see any evidence that we're pushing back against any of those. I don't see any evidence that President Biden is suddenly going to announce that after discussing the situation and the terrible casualties that have been taken in Gaza as a result of the bombing, as well as the losses the Israelis have taken, that now is the time for a ceasefire, for negotiation, for re-examining exactly what's happening. I don't see anybody looking for any off-ramps, Mike. I just don't. And then here at home we have the voting for the allocation of funds for Ukraine, and the Republicans have said, not all of them, but many of them have said, look, we're not going to vote for this until you suspend spending in Ukraine if you want to move on to Israel. In other words, we can't do both at once. Contrary to what Mrs. Yellen said, recently, the Treasury Secretary, I said, Mrs. I don't know if she's married or not, but she said, oh, sure, we can afford 2 wars, absolutely, without question. I don't know anybody in the financial world who really believes that. When you have a $33 trillion debt, sovereign debt, over $1 trillion a year in deficit spending, remember, $4.5 trillion is effectively fixed. That's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. These are the so-called, entitlement programs. Nobody's talking about cutting those. I think it's just ridiculous. I think, no, we absolutely cannot afford to do both, and we ought to look very carefully at what we are doing in Israel right now. I don't think Americans have any idea what's happening.
I almost disagree with you. I don't know that we can afford one, let alone both. Right? That's the other side, that we're spending money there right now, and I don't know that we have that to spend. As you said, we have major issues in America between the border, between our cities and crime. There's some money that probably needs to be spent here. Let me ask you this. 2 carrier battleships going into that region. We have 2,000 troops that now that are on notice, Colonel, that they said you may be going over there. How do we contain this? What is the strategy? You're a former military member yourself. And Colonel, how do we maintain this of who's going there, what's going there, and what they're actually going to be doing?
If you go back to 1990 and 91, before we actually committed ourselves to serious action, we managed to contain that conflict in the sense that we limited it to Iraq and U.S.-led alliance against Iraq. We were able to keep Iran out. We were able to reassure the Saudis that this would not destabilize and destroy their society. All the other players in the region were effectively on the sidelines. I think that we accomplished that again in 2003. Once again, we turned everyone and said this is about Iraq and removing the regime there and ultimately finding the weapons of mass destruction, all this sort of business, and everybody
viewers may remember that the Turks at the time refused to allow us passage through Turkey to get into northern Iraq. They said no, so we had to steam all the way around through the Red Sea and up into the Persian Gulf to deliver another 40,000 troops and equipment. So I think this has failed. Anthony Blinken is too little too late. He was effectively rudely treated in some cases. Some cases, I think he was treated with contempt, and in most cases, he was lectured by the people he saw to discuss things with about their unwillingness to underwrite the destruction of Gaza and the expulsion of its population. And I think that's where we are right now. I think the entire region is sick of us, and sick of Americans telling them how to live, how to govern themselves. They don't really want a war, but I think they're being pushed to the point where they say we might as well resolve this, even if it costs us dearly, to bring this state called Israel and its mentor in the United States under control. I think that's a very dangerous set of circumstances.
But what is the American interest there? Are they aligned with Israel? Are these interests aligning? And to your point before, Colonel, does America support this? Does the everyday taxpaying American support this war and support potential, like you said, two wars in two different continents? Do we support that?
First of all, Americans have not paid much attention to what happens in Washington, because most of the time, most Americans aren't interested in what happens beyond their borders. They say, where's my check? Where are my food stamps? How can I afford what's in the supermarket? If I can't, then I've got a problem. If I can afford to buy it, then I will. Years ago, there was a situation when Newt Gingrich tried to stop dead in its tracks the government and government spending under Bill Clinton's leadership. And ultimately, he lost the fight because the average American was unhappy when he didn't get what he wanted, and the president won the battle. But in most cases, people would answer when you say, what do you think about the shutdown? People would say, it doesn't really affect me, so I don't care. Others said, yes, it does affect me. I think that's the problem. Right now, the wars overseas that we have been fighting have not exacted a very high price in American life. We've lost thousands of people killed, that's true. We've got thousands more wounded. But it's almost unnoticeable to the average American. For instance, during World War I, we fought for 110 days, and in 110 days, we had 318,000 casualties, including 110,000 dead. That's one of the reasons that Wilson, when he left office, turned government over to the Republican Party for the next 10 years, because people were furious with the Democrats for having brought us into the First World War. We're not there yet, but we're getting closer to it. And if we were to lose anything substantial as a result of our intervention on behalf of Israel, I think the American people would react very negatively. Now you said, do our interests align? Some of them do. We have always had an interest in preserving the existence of the Israeli state. But in the past, when we thought the Israelis went too far, presidents have intervened. Nixon intervened in '73, Carter intervened later on, Reagan intervened, and said enough's enough. But we've also been very careful not to commit troops ashore. And this is what worries me. We have 1,000 soldiers in Syria, probably have almost that many in Iraq. Now they're talking about several thousand in Jordan and potentially these 2,000 special ops. What does this mean when they go ashore? What it means is that they're vulnerable, that they can become targets. And as soon as Americans show up in any real strength, everybody wants to kill them. Why? Because if they can kill them, they figure they can break down the consensus at home and will leave. They're not wrong. We lost 38,000 in Korea, 58,000 dead in Vietnam, over 100,000 wounded. Eventually it catches up, so they're not wrong on that. But the problem is when you put troops ashore, you end up as you did in Lebanon back in 1982. Some of your viewers may remember when Reagan finally acceded to the wishes of Secretary of State George Shultz and said, yeah, I'll put a battalion of Marines ashore, reinforced with about 1,000 Marines. And then we'll have Marines in this hospital stationed nearby. We have to have a hospital ashore to deal with casualties. You remember what happened? A bombing. Over 380 people were killed. And immediately, Reagan called Weinberger, who was the Secretary of Defense, and he looked at him and he said, you said don't send our troops in there. You were right. I was wrong. I listened to George Shultz. I shouldn't have. He said, so get them out now. He cut his losses and got out. And since then, we've been pretty careful about not pushing too many troops into the way of people that we know want to kill them. We're casting that aside and we're going ashore. So we'll see what happens. But battle groups offshore aren't going to change much ashore. I think the idea was we can reinforce the Israeli Air Force and bomb Hamas. Or not Hamas, but Hezbollah. The problem is we don't know what everybody else who's part of this catastrophe is willing to do. So that's where I was going to go next, and this is what is difficult for me to understand. Obviously, we have a conflict right now between Israel and Hamas. There's other actors there that were willing to get involved. Maybe Iran, maybe Turkey, other places. We all want peace, obviously, but we're on the precipice of a big problem, in my opinion. What happens? How do we fix that? How do we make sure we don't get to that point where Iran's getting involved, maybe Russia's getting involved? There's all these different actors. How do we make sure we don't get there, Colonel? I think we should consider running you for president or at least Secretary of State because you're asking the right questions, and I'm unconvinced that these questions are being asked, and I'm also afraid of some bad assumptions. Your audience right now seem to think that it's inevitable that we will attack them. They seem to be engaged in preparing themselves for it. The Turks are looking at what's happening, and I think Mr. Erdogan has decided it's pretty clear, not that far from ours in the Mediterranean, shore from Gaza, and open up. No one is interested in what we vent their concerns about the same. But if they go into Gaza, then I think all bets are good. We're not going to introduce thousands of Israeli troops. That's the region down on Israel. Before we move on to our last topic, that the same as maybe it was 20, 30 years ago, we've lost respect now as an enemy. Whereas if you go back 30 years, then we would keep our word. You'll remember that at least until 1900, we'll do whatever we tell them to do, frankly. It has gotten us. We've spent, somewhere around 80 billion at this point? I don't know. I've listened to different calculations. But virtually everything we've sent over there has been destroyed by the Russians. And this great place is still game. And the MPS, Mohammed bin Salman, and when Blinken showed up, it was largely a one-way conversation. And that was also true, I think, in Egypt. I think Sisi, for him, it was a one-way conversation. But if we're insistent on pressing ahead, then I think the attitude is, we might as well write another meeting scheduled this week that has been canceled. So to that point, the party's got more Palestinians a problem, and hopefully leadership is what I think we need, and we'll get there in a minute. But let's talk about the border. A massive issue, and a wide-open southern border, and people argue this point back and forth, Colonel. The video is there, the footage is there, you can see this stuff, and it's not a term of presidents. It costs lives with drugs, it costs lives with crime, and we need to address it, we need to address it now. That's right, we think that that's not everybody who dies of drug use, but that's especially in the Caribbean. Teenage children are really very shallow, very small. It's cautious of people at Homeland Security on recognition of that. So people say, we do right now that we know these lives figured out. Then we let them in. The sad part is that this is not just a federal question. This is also a matter for governors across the United States. Governors have enormous power in their constitutions. And if the governors want to call out the National Guard for them, for the National Guard, these governors are the commanders-in-chief, and order them to go to the border and shut things down, they can do that. Now, if the federal government doesn't like it, it has a choice. It can take them to court, or it can try to send in federal troops to force the National Guard to back down. I don't think that's a very appetizing event from the standpoint of Washington. But I think it illustrates the frustration that people feel. Why is nothing being done? These people are coming in, you can't assimilate them, you can't employ them. Our economy is weaker than perhaps it's been in decades. We're looking at a guaranteed deep recession as a minimum. Why are we doing these things? And I think we all know the answer. This is to dilute the basic core population of Americans and to create potentially a new base to the left that they think will keep them in perpetual power. All of this is just ridiculous from the standpoint of the average American who says, how do we survive this? How do I put food on the table? What about my family? All of these people are absorbing enormous resources. You know, we have about 27 million Americans that don't have health insurance. If you're talking about anywhere from 25 to 35 million, we don't know. Illegals out there, where do they go for health care? They go to the emergency room. And we provide it. We don't tell people who's paying for it. The taxpayers paying for it. Somebody said, well, we're borrowing from the Chinese to sustain these wars. No, that's misleading. We're actually borrowing from the pension funds. Yes, Americans who expect to have a return on their investment in retirement. The whole thing is a financial catastrophe, without question. How are we going to solve it? There's only one way to solve it. It's to cut it off. Cut your losses. president would do, and any rational president, like the ones that I mentioned before, would go in with Netanyahu and say, look, we support you, we stand with you, you're right. The wholesale destruction of Gaza and the expulsion of its population. That's contrary to our values, who we are as Americans. You can't expect that. So we won't do that. If you insist on that, you're on your own. So you said that. I only laugh when you say we're not borrowing it. At the end of the day, we're spending money that we don't have, right? So it's coming from somewhere, whether you borrow it, whether it's from pensions, whether you tax people. The money has to come from somewhere because we don't have it. So that's concerning to me. Now, last question on this is with the border. We have people sleeping in airports. We have people sleeping in 4- and 5-star hotels in New York City and other places. But when you see these people coming over, Colonel, they told us it was the women and children, right? People coming to the country for a better life. They need to. They have to. They told us. It's not. It's a bunch of middle-aged and young men walking across, filming themselves on a camera. Hey, look what I'm doing today. And some of these are from serious national security interests. Like, we don't know where they're coming from. Some are coming from places like Iran and Gaza, places like this. Like, that to me is the most concerning of it all, Colonel. We don't know who these people are, and that puts people like you and me, our listeners, everyone in this country, at serious risk. It's interesting that recently someone on the Hill brought up the possibility that, do you think we could have terrorist attacks here inside the United States? Could we have violence inside our country as a result of all of these people coming into the country from the Middle East, Africa, not just South America and Central America by any means? Of course, the answer is yes. We don't really know who's here. So I think that's probably inevitable. It reminds me in 2015 of what I saw when I was in Germany. Remember when at this point all Europeans were being told they were racist and bigots if they did not admit millions of people from the Middle East into their societies. Yep. I watched the clip on German television. It was almost immediately removed. You can't find it anywhere anymore. And it describing exactly what you just said, a gaggle of young men. Their pockets were full of euros that they picked up from the Emirates or Turkey or somewhere, and they too were saying, oh, why are you coming? Oh, we heard the women here are beautiful, so we think we can come in here and do whatever we want, including rape. And of course that was taken off German television. But guess what's happened since then? In Germany and Scandinavia, we know what's happened. It's a huge crime. Maybe we're not noticing the potential crime wave or the terrorist wave because we've got so much criminality as it is in the United States and our big cities. But I think it's reasonable to assume that all these young men are not coming for jobs with Morgan Stanley. They're not coming in here to go to Harvard. They're coming in for probably the wrong reasons. The question is, how long do we put up with this, and what are we going to do with them when we finally decide to enforce the law? We think they should be expelled. But that'll be a fight because people are always finding excuses to do nothing. Doing nothing seems to be the favorite thing inside this country on many occasions. I think Americans are finally pushed to the edge, but they're still not there yet. So, Colonel, let's finish with this. I know OCOC has received tens of thousands of emails from people. How can we get involved? How can we help? And I think sometimes looking at it, it's frustrating, right? There's issue after issue. It's not just the border. It's not just crime. It's not foreign wars. There's a million things that are going on right now. We don't have a Speaker of the House in our country right now. There's a lot of things going on, and Americans are fed up and irritated, but they don't know where to start. How can they get involved? I think that right now, this moment, the most critical thing that can be done is essentially what happened in 2014. Bombers and houses, millions of Americans, a whole range of fronts on some of the issues that we've just discussed, specifically dealing with the border and immigration, stopping the sexualization of the hill, and say, look, we want a negotiated settlement in the Middle East. We don't want a war, this war. And they're circulating a document right now that's insane. We have no interest in the message. We want a negotiated peace. If you do that, it'll make a difference. He will also serve the Zionist state of Israel. Stop.
A atrocities in Gaza, ceasefire, is Hamas. Thank you for your invitation, Hussein Biden. Thank you.
Thank you, and as we met outside as we got out of the automobile, the president said I'm cold.
What are the chances of a Gaza ceasefire?
This is one issue that the entire U.S. government seems to be in agreement on. But America and its NATO vassals stand alone with Israel. Millions of people all over the world are taking to the streets in one of the most unified peaceful protests ever. Most people are seeing this as it is, an illegal occupation sliding quickly towards genocide, which is good, because the world is now on the brink of a holy war, and the only way to stop it is a mass awakening. The U.S. is firing airstrikes in eastern Syria, where the Iraqi militia have been launching drone attacks at U.S. military bases. The Islamic resistance in Lebanon, Hezbollah, has launched several operations targeting Israeli forces, who have been bombing several towns in southern Lebanon. A Black Hawk helicopter crash 5 U.S. Special Forces off the coast of Cyprus, and the Turks are claiming it was shot down. China and Iran are now working together against Israel, and the CCP begins military drills in the South China Sea. To the majority of the world, it is clear that the Zionist state of Israel is the antagonist. As Celia Farber points out, even some of Israel's staunchest supporters are now speaking out against their war crimes. The Quran calls on Israel to stop women and children, and Anthony Blinken says that far too many Palestinians have been... Humanity is more awake than ever, and we are watching as Israel a few dozen militants and over 10,000 civilians, while calling it a war. The majority of the world is demanding an end to this slaughter, but Netanyahu says that Israel will defy the world, if needed, to defeat Hamas, an organization created by Israel. The region is being surrounded by warships as thousands of Americans march in D.C. to demand more mass of Palestinians. The calls for a ceasefire are outrageous. This is the holy war that sane people have feared and zealots have prayed for. They want you to pick a side and each other, but we can always choose peace. The word Israel was first presented in the Bible as a name given to Jacob after he fought an angel. Its meaning was man who has struggled with God, and is commonly translated as God prevails or man seeing God. Many have argued that the word Israel in the Bible does not refer to a place, but rather a believer or a group of believers in God. Others believe the land known as Palestine was where the biblical state of Israel once stood. And in the 17th century, Sabbatai Zevi was the first Jew to try and resettle there. Sabbatai Zevi claimed to be the Messiah and amassed a large Jewish following that engaged in ritual and the defilement of God's law. In the spring of 1666, they were planning to be the first Jewish settlement in Palestine. But things changed when Sabbatai was arrested and thrown in jail. His radical movement continued with the Frankism movement, and Zionism became more political. Although they claimed to be secular, the Zionists flooded the temples with prayers for a return to Zion and the restoration of the Jewish state. But the rabbis rejected them. In 1885, the rabbis wrote that we consider ourselves no longer a nation, but a religious community, and we therefore expect neither a return to Palestine, nor a sacrificial worship under the sons of Aaron, nor the restoration of any of the laws. While the rabbis offered no support, the Zionists garnered the support of the British Crown as early as 1841, and they were funded by the Rothschild banking dynasty, otherwise known as the Bank of England. So the Crown was likely involved from the start. In In 1897, the political intent to recreate the State of Israel was made official to the public, and in 1917, under the British government's Balfour Declaration, British troops seized control of Palestine on behalf of the Zionists. In 1922, the League of Nations adopted the declaration, and in 1947, the United Nations granted parts of Palestine to the Zionists. Between 1947 and 1949, Palestinians were made refugees and kicked out of the homes of their ancestors. Hundreds of villages were destroyed, and thousands of Palestinians were in a series of massacres known as the Nakba. The Zionists, Palestinian Muslims, Christians, and Jews. The Zionists claimed to be non-religious, but they were mostly Ashkenazi Jews. The Ashkenazi can be traced back to the Khazars, the progenitors of Rabbinic Judaism. The Khazar Khaganate was a major empire in what is now Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and parts of Russia, Turkey, and Iran. It was ruled by the Khazars and made up of several diverse nomadic tribes. In the year 740, the Khazars mass converted to Judaism. Synagogues and schools were built, and Rabbinic Judaism was born. The original Jerusalem Talmud was replaced by the recently codified Babylonian Talmud, which was based on Babylonian philosophy and became the mainstream thanks to the Khazars and the Zionists. Some Christians believe that this is the synagogue of Satan, written about in the Bible, which say they are Jews and are not, and many other Christians have become Zionists themselves. The Zionists have tremendous support from American megachurches and Christian evangelicals, many of whom believe that as the world becomes a fiery hell, they will be saved and brought to an eternal paradise. But in order for this to happen, the Temple of Solomon must be rebuilt, and 2/3 of the Jewish people must perish. According to the Bible, King Solomon's temple was constructed in 957 BC and destroyed in 586 BC, rebuilt again in 516 BC, and destroyed again in the year 70 AD. Many Christians and Jews believe that this temple must be rebuilt in order for their Messiah to come. But there is something in its way. Originally built near the end of the 7th century, the Al-Aqsa Mosque is considered one of the 3 holiest sites in Islam. Islam teaches that this is where the Prophet Muhammad ascended to heaven. The Temple Mount has been occupied by Israel ever since the Six-Day War of 1967, and now it looks like they are ready to complete their mission. This is the holy war that sane people have feared and zealots have prayed for. They want you to pick a side and hate each other, but we can always choose peace and learn to love our neighbors. The origin of Friday the 13th has its roots in the ongoing Holy War, specifically Friday the 13th in October, which is noteworthy, seeing as how a worldwide Islamic jihad has been called for on Friday the 13th in October. The Knights Templar gained wealth and power by fighting as mercenaries for the Catholic Church during the Crusades. Their headquarters was in the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, on Mount Moriah, where Abraham built an altar to sacrifice his son. King Solomon's temple is a central component of all 3 Abrahamic religions, and especially in Western occultism. The Templars were officially known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, or Templar Knights. Masonic lodges are based on the Temple of Solomon. Kabbalah teaches that the Temple of Solomon represents the metaphysical world and the descending light of the Creator through the Tree of Life. The Templar Knights wore white mantles with a red cross, a symbology that can be found throughout the history of the Catholic Church and its offshoots. The rebuilding of King Solomon's temple is a crucial goal of many religious groups and secret societies. The Templars were not only expert warriors, they were also pioneers in an early form of banking, and arguably one of the world's first multinational corporations. They acquired land throughout Europe and the Middle East, including the island of Cyprus. They owned and operated several farms and vineyards. They built massive stone cathedrals, and they had their own fleet of ships for war and for the import-export business. When Jerusalem was recaptured by Muslim forces in 1187, the The Templars were forced to leave the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount, but they still managed many businesses and wielded much power. King Philip IV was deeply in debt to the Templars and began pressuring the church to take action against them. At dawn on Friday the 13th of October 1307, mass arrests were carried out against the Templars. Claims were made that the Templar recruits were forced to spit on the cross and deny Christ. They were accused of worshipping Baphomet and a mummified head believed to be that of John the Baptist. Dozens of Templars were burned at the stake, and the order was officially dissolved. The Temple Mount remained under control of Muslim forces until the British captured it in the Battle of 1917. 30 years later, the United Nations gave the land surrounding the Temple Mount to the Zionists, and the State of Israel has been encroaching upon it ever since. While some folks see garbage time, FanDuel sees chances to bet until the agenda. They're not interested in healing you. What they're interested in doing is controlling you. This is how pervasive this controlling mind is, folks. This is how psychopathic these people are. People everywhere have the same right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And when the government becomes destructive of that, then it is patriotic to dissent and to criticise, to do what we always praise and call heroic when we look upon the dissenters and critics in totalitarian countries who dare to speak out. You've heard me talk about division, and our division is one of the main tools that is used to hold us back, and one of the main reasons why we never seem to be able to bring about any type of effective change is because we live in such a divided society. And this may seem somewhat irrelevant at the moment in talking about how humanity has been hijacked, but really it is quite an important issue, folks. It's very much part of it because the hijacking is only able to occur, only able to perpetuate itself via the generally divided state of mankind. All of these issues are simply symptoms of the one problem. That one problem being corruption in government. Essentially a corrupt system. I mean, the system itself is completely corrupt, folks. It isn't just corruption in government. It's an inherently dysfunctional system, and that is the problem. The issue that caused all of these symptoms to become manifest, to actually going to find a remedy to any of the symptoms that we're all attempting to address. And I'm not saying that people should stop speaking out against problems. We need to speak out against things, but we need to also do other things apart from speaking out against them. We really need to speak out against them in order to bring about public awareness, but you can't expect to actually change anything by just speaking out against them, facing the problem of the energetic state of the reality you are interacting with. Because the energetic state of reality relates to the transhuman of what technology in general is doing to the human organism. Not only does it disconnect us from the natural frequent electromagnetically interfered with, but everything we experience is electromagnetic, every feeling are essentially a frequency that is able to interact with the world around it by means of electromagnetism. Because as I said, everything you experience is quite literally an electromagnetic frequency. Every touch, every smell, everything that you are, every interaction that you have with the world that is outside of your body is experienced electromagnetically. That's how the information gets to your brain, that's how it travels around your body, that's how it travels up your nerves, that's how things work, folks. And we know that things can be affected by electromagnetic signals. Look at the remote control of your television, for example. And since you are an electromagnetic being, what makes you assume for one moment that you could not be interfered with remotely via the electromagnetic suit that you're swimming in? And I truly do believe the entire transhumanist agenda is about control. It's not about anything else. It's not about enhancing human experience. It's not about improving human biology. I think such incredible steps have been undertaken in order to limit the potential of human biology as it is. Really, folks, it's all about control. That's what the whole transhumanist agenda is about. That's what the whole electromagnetic control group is all about. It's about control. And humankind is being controlled in so many ways, folks, very much biologically, through the introduction of genetically modified food. And don't think that this is not causing a real problem, because it is. It's causing a huge problem for the species, and not only for our species, but for all other species. This is how all-pervasive this controlling mind is, folks. This is how psychopathic these people are. They literally believe that they can do better than creation itself. They believe that mankind is the top of the universal food chain, and even God can't come close to what we can do ourselves through technology. The issue really is helping people see that, and helping people see the system for what it is, which is a very difficult thing. It's a very difficult hurdle to overcome, because people are very much programmed by the television, very much programmed by the education system. They're trained to think within a certain box, and if you offer them a suggestion or anything which doesn't fit within the parameters of that box, they very often simply dismiss it offhand as being impossible. And it's the same with the system of control, because it's never mentioned on the television, it's never presented to them by reporters and by the mainstream media, then they think it's impossible for such a system to exist. They don't see the media for what it is, they don't see the government for what it is, they really don't see reality for what it is. And the most significant part about it, of course, is they don't see themselves for what they are. Because it's when you truly discover yourself that all of the barriers break down, all the mechanism becomes apparent, becomes clear before your eyes, as soon as you discover yourself. And it is this self-discovery which is also extremely beneficial in combating the systems of control that mankind in general is subject to. A lot of people find it very difficult. Folks that become aware of the system and just becomes depressing for them. They don't know how to really get around it. They don't know how to live their lives normally. They don't know how to go through day-to-day life knowing that the system is there. It is quite a shocking revelation for many people when they discover the systems of control that are all around us all the time. I think that we are at a very crucial point. I think one of the main purposes of this is soul harvest. It's a soul trap. The one of souls I've talked about before. I mean, as I've said, if you can get people so locked into a false reality that they put on glasses and they're in this virtual world, and really what attaches your soul to your vessel, the vessel that you're in, like, it's the I am, the awareness, I am your, I am Max, I am here in this world, I exist. Your soul is attached to that I am. If I can get you in a mainframe and get you in a virtual world where you still believe I am, then your soul is still attached to that. So it's a place that I believe is called the world of souls. The whole talk of wanting to bring this huge demonic entity into being, Satan, whatever you want to call it, whatever you believe it is, apparently it needs a certain amount of souls to do that. And I think that's what they do. They trap people into the mainframe. And I think they've done this before, and I think that's why it's so difficult to wake a lot of people up, is because they're already in the mainframe. Yeah, half the people out there ain't real people. They're just minds, consciousness that's driving an avatar that thinks that they're real, but they're not. They're not really alive. They're in the mainframe already. I think that's what all this is about. Of course, you're not going to get all the people to do it, so you need to depopulate some people farm. Yeah, you got to have all of this excess stuff around, some cornflour in the stew, picking the stew, right? But there's only really a certain amount of real conscious people in here. And they want those souls, they want those conscious souls, they want them trapped in that mainframe. That's where they get their energy from. It's like a flame, it's like a fire, it's like electricity form. But yeah, people have all different religious concepts about what it is. Yeah, I don't even go there. I just know it's trying to disconnect us from that and get us into the mindset that they do. The Silicon Life that used to exist, talk about it in the Bible and all sorts of places. You'll find references to a water canopy, goes in 40 gods. And the story of the Great Flood exists in all cultures, in all countries. See this, they reduce us as well, reduce us in size. As I said, that these are trees, they're not enough miles, you know, mine. And that as they're mining the earth, they need small stuff out there. So we're at the point now where we're like, a tenth the size or a hundredth the size of what we originally started off as being. And I think this is the last reset. And ultimately, it's a lot of what they're doing is prepping souls. But really, when you look at it on a deeper level, and you look at it all as being one thing and one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively, well, then it's a form of soul purification as well. I've been desperately trying to wake people up because I believe that whatever comes through this reset, we need a certain amount of consciousness to make it true. Obviously, the more awake people, the more people who have the knowledge of what happened now to get through to the other side, then the better it's going to be for us. The better it's going to be for consciousness in general. So I've been saying to people, even very time capsules and all sorts of stuff, just preserve this information. So how this all went down is preserved. Because the people on the other side of the reset are going to have no reference point for what happened. The kids who grow up into this digital world are going to have no reference point for what freedom looks like. So it's their responsibility to preserve that. So I try to inspire and empower people, but ultimately now it's up to the point there's virtually every man for himself. And you've got to be true to yourself, sure, help people. Try to inspire people around you, but keep your focus on your heart and yourself, because you're the one that needs to get through this. And you're the only one that can do it. It doesn't matter about the other people. You know, if they go and do what they're told, every time you comply with something that you know is wrong, you're giving away a little bit more of your soul. You're chipping away at it until you don't have it in. And people end up in a position where they get lost, they get out, and walk in between the lines, and they do everything they can just to comply, because they're so terrified of what's going to happen if they don't. You come here to get this information and take it with you to the other side. You're not going to give away your soul all the way. That's what it's really all about. So that's the way you've got to look at it, you know. It's a form of soul purification more than anything else. Hello, Jennifer. What's up? World leaders, CEOs, and the global elite of the World Economic Forum meet annually in Davos to solve the world's problems. Why would there be many world problems if the industry leaders, bankers, and politicians from 1971 onwards have gathered every year to solve the world's problems? Isn't it illogical that after 50 years of meetings between environmentalists and the CEOs of the most polluting companies, nature is gradually doing worse, not better? World Economic Forum Board of Trustees members, CEO of BlackRock. Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. Christine Lagarde, President of the European Central Bank, as well as Patrice Motsepe, Al Gore, and 23 others, including Klaus Schwab. Marconi, of course, he's not just a member of World Economic Forum, he's on the Board of Trustees. He is an important, very profoundly important core member of the World Economic Forum. And in about 10 seconds of searching, which will reveal, for example, a panel discussion, World Economic Forum hosted panel discussion led by Klaus Schwab's daughter, Nicole, and featuring such speakers as Mark Carney and Bill Gates on the subject of carbon markets.
Welcome to the session Carbon Markets, a conversation with Bill Gates, Mark Carney, Kenneth Nazareth, and Bill Winters.
People said that it's appointed as a trustee. The Board of Trustees of the World Economic Forum. This company quite literally owns the world. Most US banks are controlled by BlackRock. BlackRock owns more than major pharmaceutical companies. Black profits most of the mainstream media, and black overseas profits are the center of all stocks traded worldwide. And this company is now taking over governments. But if this has allowed BlackRock to amass $10 trillion in assets, yes, trillion, BlackRock is worth half of America's total GDP. It's so crazy that the US and Chinese government now rely on BlackRock to escape recessions, with BlackRock's founder and CEO now sitting on the board of the Influential Council on Foreign Relations and the World Economic Forum. Meet some of the World Economic Forum partners. For example, we can turn to their Our Partners page to see the types of companies that the World Economic Forum partners with. And I don't know, let's do a test. What's in the news lately? JBS, right? Oh, JBS, alright, they're the cyber attack. We just got hacked, and now it's going to cause food supply disruptions exactly in line with the World Economic Forum co-hosted Cyber Polygon 2021 event that's going to simulate cyber attacks disrupting corporate supply chains. Wow, what a weird coincidence. And while we're here, JBS, and how about, I don't know, Johnson & Johnson, they're in the news for certain pharmaceutical products. Actually, while we're at it, what other pharmaceutical companies are in the news these days? How about, Pfizer? Yep, there they are, okay. How about AstraZeneca? They're also in the news for their products. Let me see, AstraZeneca, there you go. Hey, but, you know, this is kind of a who's who of the global corporatocracy, isn't it? You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources.
It is basically biological. See that it is in the tablet, and once you take the tablet and dissolves into your stomach, sends a signal that you took the tablet. So imagine the applications for that, compliance. The insurance companies to know that the medicines that patients should pay, they do. Take them. It is fascinating what happens in this field.
Since Facebook's independent fact-checker may not be so independent after all, the US Congressman has questioned the impartiality of factcheck.org, which is supposed to tackle disinformation because it's indirectly funded by manufacturer Johnson & Johnson.
Who pays the paychecks of the fact-checkers? The fact-checkers at factcheck.org, who claim to be independent, are funded by an organization that holds over $1.8 billion of stocks in a T-Commit and is run by a former director of the Centers for Disease Control.
For journalistic analysis of news, big media use Project Syndicate. This is the most powerful organization in the field. Project Syndicate and organizations like I mentioned are together with the press agencies the link between all worldwide media outlets. When news anchors read from their audit views, chances are that the text stems from one of these organizations. That is the reason that worldwide media shows synchronicity in their reporting.
Sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Who sponsors the organization and press agencies that produce our news? With Project Syndicate, we see that BMGF, the Open Society Foundation, and the European Journalism Center.
Some other World Economic Forum partners are Amazon, TikTok, Zoom, Facebook/Meta, Time, the New York Times, Naspers, Microsoft, MultiChoice, Lloyd's Banking Group, Moderna. Founder and Executive Chairman of the World Economic Forum, Professor Klaus Schwab.
History. Atomic Point,
who is attempting to steer the world towards his vision of the Great Convergence, with brain chips implanted in our heads and all the other craziness that he himself promotes. That isn't me. He himself is talking about this stuff.
on va les implanter dans nos vêtements, dans les wearables, comme on le dit. Et après, on pourrait s'imaginer qu'on les implante dans le cerveau ou dans notre peau. Et à la fin, peut-être qu'il y a une communication directe entre notre cerveau et l'environnement digital. Ce que nous voyons, c'est une sorte de fusée.
In the go for governments are given a passing grade, etc. Will essentially be allowed.
And again, Klaus Schwab, the face of the evil behind this last 2 years. That's where you go, Davos and him. And you wrote a book, Seeing the Great Reset, before any of us really heard about it. Certainly before we heard about the Great Reset, and what it's about, like Rocky Bosch said, we need one good crisis to implement the New World Order. And that is what the Great Reset is. Build back better, is the New World Order, one world government.
In his book, The Great Reset, he writes about the plans of his organization. According to him, a great opportunity to reset our societies. He calls it Building Back Better. The slogan is now on the lips of all globalist politicians in the world.
We also want to work together on building back better. I call it Build Back Better. Our sense of priorities and guidance is supposed to build back better, but also to build back better. It's provided an opportunity for a reset. That's precisely what they want. Because let's not forget, you cannot build something new, build back better, unless you first destroy it. And that's what the Great Reset policy is. They want to destroy our trust in institutions. And of course they control those institutions, and they are able to therefore destroy our trust in them because they are implementing policies that are absolutely bonkers. So they will destroy our trust in these institutions. That will lead to a huge gap of trust between the people and the state. The people will reject the state eventually. There'll be food shortages, gas and energy shortages. That leads to riots, it leads to crime, it leads to a breakdown of society. They're attacking everything sacred as we just discussed. And what they're hoping to achieve is through the tearing apart fabric of our society, is the total collapse of our financial system, and they're hoping they can replace that with their new world order. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order. A world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
The UN presented in 2015 a controversial Agenda 2030. It is almost identical to the Great Reset of Klaus Schwab. The UN wants to make sure, as does Schwab, that in 2030 poverty, hunger, pollution and disease no longer plague the earth. Sounds nice, but wait till you read the small print. The plan is that Agenda 2030 will be paid by us, the citizens. Just like they ask of us now to give away our rights for public health, they will ask us to give away our wealth to battle poverty. These are no conspiracy theories. It is on their official website. It comes down to this. The UN wants taxes from Western countries to be split by the mega corporations of the elite to create a brand new society. The new infrastructure, because fossil fuels are gone in 2030. For this project, the UN says we need a world government, namely the UN itself. The UN agrees with Schwab that it is a golden chance to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2030. It is worrisome that the WEF and the UN openly admit that and other catastrophes can be used to reshape society.
Victor Davis Hansen's book, The Case for Trump, which I would highly recommend to anyone who's interested in Trump as a phenomenon. And he pointed out, and I think quite rightly, and this is something for those who are sensible on the left to give some consideration to, that the Democrats, especially under Clinton, but it started with Obama, abandoned the American working class, regarded them essentially as deplorables, which is exactly the same thing that happened in Canada under Trudeau and JDC, and they turned to Trump. And it's not as if people don't understand that Trump is a bull in the china shop, and I think Robert F. Kennedy is in some ways the same sort of character, but they're actually calling for a bull in the china shop because increasingly people don't trust the overarching centralized institutions that have become too gigantic. You made reference earlier to the fact that there's no necessary reason for us to assume that the internet communication system and information exchange system that we've set up would necessarily tilt towards decentralization and universalization. I think that's absolutely true. It's very difficult to stop a political system from becoming tyrannical. That's the Tower of Babel situation, let's say, or degenerating into chaos. You know, we've seen that with online games. You know, some of those massive online games degenerated into absolute chaos because the rules by which they were constituted turned out not to engender a playable game. But we have no idea if the internet communication system we set up is actually a playable game. There is a clamor for unity, particularly on the side of the people who are fear-mongering the apocalypse, and they're trying to compel a unity with terror. And to me, that's a hallmark of tyranny. I think tyrants always use fear to compel unity. What you need to do instead is to provide a unified vision that people can adopt voluntarily. You know, when you said, when you posed that question, that I'm a divisive figure, but I actually don't think that's true. I'm a divisive figure online, but it doesn't seem to be the case in the actual world, because all the interactions I have with people in my actual life, in public, they're uniformly highly positive. And so I don't think the online world is a very accurate simulacrum of the real world. In fact, I think it's dangerously demented in many ways, and it's giving us a false sense of reality. You know, it's a new sensory system, right? The whole net and our new means of communication. It's a whole new sensory and social system, and there's no reason to assume that it's actually providing a valid representation of the actual world, especially because it also seems to be highly gameable by narcissists and psychopaths. And that's not good. That's not good. Now, I believe that it's out of iterative interactions that fundamental morality emerges. And there's plenty of game theory that indicates precisely that. Now, see, what happens to psychopaths and predators and parasites is that they sacrifice the possibility of a long-term relationship for immediate gratification. And that's not good for them, by the way, because they tend to be very unsuccessful people, and they have to move from victim to victim very rapidly because people cotton onto their games. But they're not bounded by that necessity of responsible iterated interaction, you know, the same necessity that would govern you if you were in a long-term committed relationship or the relationship that you have with your children. And it's out of that that morality springs. Now, if you eradicate that necessity, you disinhibit the psychopaths, now, and the predators and the parasites. Now, here's why this is such a major problem, and it might be a deadly problem. Now, the online communication systems facilitate the parasites, and you don't need that many of them to take a society down. You know, like the real radical types who would rather dance around in the chaos and who are in it only for their immediate self-gratification, they're a very small percentage of the population. Clinical data indicates about 3%. But the problem with that is that if they have free rein, they can take everything down. If they did that in the Russian Revolution, for example, this happened. This notion, and everyone watching and listening should be super clear about this notion that net zero on the carbon front is necessary is a lie. And the idea that we're going to manage it by 2030 is preposterous beyond comprehension. I mean, the Biden administration itself has already admitted that it will be 240 years with optimistic projections before we can approximate anything like net zero. So all this is just a complete bloody lie. And you might say, well, you know, it's no worse a lie than any other lies that we've told, and I suppose that might be true. Except that what we're seeing in places like Germany, for example, is that as we move hypothetically towards these idiot, pathological net zero sloganeering propositions, we get more unreliable power at a much higher cost, like 4 to 5 times as high, so that industry starts to move to places like China, which by the way don't have the best environmental regulations. And it's made Germany hyper-reliant on Russia. And more to the point, even on the environmental front, there's no evidence whatsoever that what Germany has done while they've devastated their reliable sources of power has improved the environment one bit. In fact, quite the contrary. The world used more coal last year than it ever has in the entire history of the planet. And that's partly because countries like Germany have been forced to rely on coal as a backup for their idiot renewable projects because they're too unreliable and they shut down the nuclear plants. So anybody who's listening who thinks, well, you know, that maybe the environmentalists are going too far, but coal should be off the table. So you simply don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's also the case that for many people around the world, especially in developing nations, coal is a hell of a lot better and a lot less polluting than wood. And the option isn't coal or nothing, or coal or liquid natural gas or nuclear. In many developing
wealthy countries the option is coal or wood or dung, which is, one of the world's lower quality sources of energy, let's say. So the reason I'm on this rant is because I want to make sure that everybody who's listening knows perfectly well that even by the standards of the environmentalists themselves, this ESG movement, especially combined with net zero, is not only not going to work, it's not going to work. There's not a chance it will work. It will absolutely make things worse on the environmental front, as well as propelling a lot of people into poverty, undermining the stability that we take for granted on the industrial front, make power more unreliable, and also tilt the world towards dependence on dictatorial sources of power like and energy like obtained in Russia at the moment. Well, and I'm really glad you bring up the issue of poverty, because American energy around the world has done more for human flourishing than any other sector. Right? You take away a country, including coal, if you take away a country's ability to produce coal, natural gas, oil, you can, a great case study would be to look at the country of Sri Lanka and what developed last summer, right, where they didn't even have gas to cook on little stoves in their homes because of the federal regulations that had been implemented that were pushed down on the people. They couldn't pay for gas for their cars. It's an island nation, and it was an absolute disaster. So we know that this is, and how that translates here. There was actually a video that came out just, I think, today on Fox News with the National Home Builders Association talking about a proposition that's being voted on in the Bay Area of California, where they're trying to basically say no more gas stoves, no more gas hot water heaters, no more gas, anything. And the Home Builders Association is basically saying, look, that's going to drive prices so high that the homeless problem is going to increase. And so it's a really big misnomer to think that we can get to this fantasy world of net zero, and then still have, human flourishing and the modern technologies. There's a great organization that I have to give credit to, Life Power, part of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, has this great video that shows from, the time that you wake up in the morning until you get to your office, just in that first 1.5 hours of your day, how many petrochemical products are involved in your life, whether it's in your alarm clock, in your bed sheets, in your clock, in your toothbrush, and, all of those things. And so this idea that we would somehow, I think this is where the struggle really is for these treasurers and auditors, is companies like BlackRock, like State Street, who are actively saying and actively encouraging the company by a certain date. And they want that for America, all these pensioners in America. And China's the largest polluter on the earth. They have 5 times the number of coal-fired power plants than America does. We have about 225 in 2021. They have about 11.
banksters or gangsters or whatever you want to call them, have collectively, through thousands of years, have set up a situation where they can superimprove a legal system that is not based entirely on law, it's based on commerce. And as we'll get into it, I'll explain that we are not operating in a common law system anymore, although the common law is still here, and we need to understand how to access it and how to use it to our advantage. But most people, unfortunately, are so ignorant of what the law is, or what the codes are, or what the statutes actually say, and how they particularly apply it. They just are used to functioning in a consensus reality that, oh, well, at 18 or 16, everyone gets a driver's license, and, where I work, everyone fills out a 1040 IRS tax form award because you said it, because your parents said it, or because your parents were particularly indoctrinated in a system where everyone is functioning perpetually in this let's pretend game. The whole system is set up about one thing, money, because the banks, through their politicians and legislational system, they set up a money laws to further extract money. Set up a system where money is always flowing up. It's being extracted out of your bodies, out of your sweat equity, out of your labor. So the whole thing is based about one thing, commerce. And this system that we operate, if you understand admiralty, it's a very esoteric system because the banking has been operating longer than 6,000 years, longer than recorded history, longer than the Code of Common Law, etc. But the mother is a vessel. Well, all of us are vessels because our bodies are a warehouse and you live within the confines of your skin if you take the concept that you're a spiritual being. Okay, so it's an energy vessel. So the mother is a vessel delivering a product swimming down the rivers of the birth canal, and it's delivered to the doc, or the doctor. And what is it? It's delivery of a human resource, because that's all we're considered when we're talking about money. You're a human resource. So what is money? It's energy. That's all it is. The system is set up that it's the control and flow of energy from generally the bottom up, the basis of the foundation of the people, up into the hands of the bankers that further perpetuate and dictate more laws to further extract money. And we'll demonstrate this in just a moment.
Looking for something on Google? You can search the web with real and organic search results, and do it without anyone tracking your activity or data. We ourselves use Atlas VPN to protect our data online. Atlas VPN is more than just any other VPN. It blocks all malicious links, ads, and trackers, and notifies you when someone is trying to spy on or steal your data. If you want to grab Atlas VPN, we have a great deal going on right now for just $1.83 a month, and 3 months extra for free. We've provided a link in the description you can use to grab this deal. Try it out with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Not only does it protect your data, it also keeps your searches completely private. Also protect unlimited devices at once. No limits are set. One subscription only for the best price. That's why we use Atlas. Oh, did we forget to mention it saves you a lot of money booking online? It's that easy. Grab Atlas VPN using the link in the description and secure your data today.
So battery is pretty much what we're considered, if anyone has seen the Matrix. Our bodies are vessels. It's where we store the energy. We eat food, it's energy is transmuted from the sun, goes up the food chain to study biology, and the energy is stored in our fat cells. Well, take a look at this. The nursery, we're getting all this paperwork, and, so we're going to go into some definitions from the law dictionary. What these terms mean. Now, in the court, this is how they're looking at you. Let's take a look at a monster animal. A monster has no inherent blood and cannot be danced. We're talking about the let's pretend game. This guy, he showed 6. That's the let's pretend game. But the construct that is law has 2 kinds of people. In fact, the spiritual being isn't it? You won't find spiritual being in the law. They cut up with the natural person. Whether it's a partnership or an association or a limited liability company or corporation. In a state of fascism, in a limited liability world, a let's pretend game, no one takes responsibility for their actions. The world of land, which they try to superimpose this matrix body over, the world of adultery. In the Constitution, which is predicated upon common law, we deal in a world of gold and silver. What happened to that, guys? Now we're dealing with Federal Reserve notes, which I know, by definition, is evidence of a debt. And anyone heard of national debt? Or how about income tax? All income tax does is doesn't pay national debt, it doesn't pay the street. It doesn't pay the national debt. But the Federal Reserve, put into the system because Federal Reserve notes, they have no value whatsoever. They're backed entirely on the force-based credit of the U.S. population. You have to get up and work every day and put something into the system. And what you reap, you'll sow. The system cannot perpetuate itself without you. So, what is the background or the primary method or modality, or one of the primary methods or modalities, on which your sweat equity is extracted out of you on a consistent basis, traffic tickets across the state of California. Today, you look at the numbers, you will be able to. Looks kind of similar, right? Head house, Masonic Lodge. You have a Fed house. Then you have a Masonic Lodge. But then you have a judge. And you have his gavel, this. A Masonic gavel. So, presentation here. I'm just setting you up for to inspire you all. Do a little investigation as to what the system that we're operating under today is founded upon. Who were the founders? Who were the founding fathers really? Greater plan. Was there a grand dynamic? The great work? What were they aiming to achieve? And if you do a little investigation, you'll find out that it's about one thing. But where does our money go? Marvin Breyer. And that's the man that found out. Marvin Breyer is an I don't want to say Bank of America employee, but he works for one of their subsidiaries. And he's a COBOL programmer. And he's the guy that designed the foundational computer system for the code that transfers all money and ledger and balances the books at the end of each day. So what Marvin did is he did a little homework. He tracked the money that was being raised from the court, and where all the funds and all the money that was paying into the court system for fines or just court docket filing, all going into slush funds, guys, without exception. You should track the funds that are paid to the court. The funds are going into different accounts as opposed to what the mandated by legislature. Instead, they go into private accounts associated with the Judges Association. And you can look at any court system in America, namely, we like particularly look at Los Angeles because a lot of us are originally from there. We have a lot of investigation over there. The Judges Association, if you talk to them, try to find out who they are. They're allegedly a tax-exempt organization. However, they're not registered at all with the IRS. Period. They fall under a 508 category. The IRS turns a complete blind eye to the fact that they haven't properly registered, but they're amassing tons of these funds. Okay? So, when you find out why, you go to tax court, or you go to court based on willful failure to file, or you're not paying your fair share, etc. Why you bring in proper legal arguments or issues as a matter of law, and then throw you to the wood chipper. Why? Because they're working in harmony together, in concert. Okay, so the Judges Association, what do these guys do? They raise bonds. They create debt without taxpayer approval. So the money that is paid to the Judges Association is used to pay off anonymous bonds. Okay? The anonymous bonds are issued through Merrill Lynch and other associations. And we have paperwork that demonstrates this. Marvin got a judge thrown in jail, and prosecuting attorneys, and there's more on the way. Because, you ever heard of judicial immunity? You don't sue the judge, you sue his association. Or you find the evidence of the wrongdoing through Public Records Act request, and you trace the money on the check. And then you present the data to the grand jury, and they got to investigate. And then they got a problem. So, as a result, Credit Suisse and Bank of America are the primary underwriters on those bonds. And a company by the name of DTC, Department of Trust Corporation, controls the bonds. But guess what? DTC is ran by the Federal Reserve board members. If you take a look at who's on the payroll, it's all a complex matrix. And how do they want you paid? You're not using gold or silver to pay at the courts. I tried to pay them. They don't take the stuff. I try to use all kinds of stuff at the courts, guys. But they want that Federal Reserve note product. The private product that's, set up under a sham situation 1913, set up the same time as the IRS 1913, and there's some other agencies which I won't mention that were set up in 1913 too, which is a little creepy. seem to be heading to war with Iran. Certainly the Biden administration is pushing us in that direction. What's new and interesting and ominous is that very few Republicans, the opposition party, are pushing back. Instead, the party's leaders are encouraging it. Here, for example, is Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina from last weekend on NBC.
You said this week that the only way to keep the war from escalating is to hold Iran accountable for what you're talking about now, and that it might mean bombing their oil refineries. Have you had any discussions with the Biden administration about this?
I did. Here's my message. If Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, launches a massive attack on Israel, I would consider that a threat to the state of Israel existential in nature. I will introduce a resolution in the United States Senate to allow military action by the United States in conjunction with Israel to knock Iran out of the oil business. Iran, if you escalate this war, we're coming for you.
Are you effectively poised to declare war on Iran? That's very strong.
I am poised to use military force to destroy the source of funding for Hamas. Few others in the Republican Party will be that open about their intentions, but very few disagree with them. Certainly not the party. They agree. So what would war with Iran mean? It's hard to know because virtually no one is talking about it. The public is operating from a deep interest in America's interest. Is this good for us or is it not? So thank you for coming on. Do you think that we are moving towards war with Iran? Yes, I do. And it looks like the chosen destination is indeed Armageddon. There doesn't seem to be any real appreciation for the implications for us, and frankly for Europe and the world, as well as the Middle East, of such action. Take for an example, just on the economic side, about 20% of the world's oil passes through the Straits of Hormuz every month. Probably 25% of liquefied natural gas. And you're talking about shutting down 2 to 3 billion barrels a day of oil from Iran. This entire region is involved in the war. This is not an Iranian monopoly by any stretch of the imagination. But the point is that when we're looking at 10-year treasury yields up over 5%, and people are increasingly convinced that the Fed has lost control, the economic side of the house is catastrophe. Then when you look at the military side, you have to look at the arsenal of missiles that Iran possesses, and they can reach out 1,200 miles with great precision, very high explosive conventional warheads that would do enormous damage, destroying whole city blocks in places like Haifa, Tel Aviv, even Jerusalem, though I doubt they would attack Jerusalem. The bottom line is that we need to think this through, and everyone right now is emoting. There is no thinking anywhere, as far as I can tell. The only possible exception may be, amazingly enough, Mr. Erdogan in Turkey, who came out this morning and indicated he was willing to mediate the dispute between Israel and Hamas. Whether or not anyone in Washington or Israel is interested in talking, I don't know. But if we could sideline Turkey and keep Turkey out of the fight, that would ultimately help Israel enormously. So what would happen in the United States if we followed Senator Graham's advice and just began bombing critical infrastructure in Iran? What would happen then? All of the bases that we have in Iraq, in Syria, unfortunately, where we still have over 1,000 Americans, all of those would be targeted, and this time they would target them accurately, and the destruction would be wholesale. I would expect trouble here at home and in the United States because of the open border. Hezbollah has a very large operation in Mexico. There are no doubt many Hezbollah agents inside the United States. We can only begin to imagine the kind of trouble they could cause. The missile and space program in Iran is very advanced, as is their cyber warfare capability. All of these things would be brought to bear against us. But what's most important, I think, for Americans to understand is if we attack Iran on the basis of Hezbollah's alleged willingness to attack Israel if Israel invades Gaza, we will end up in a fight with Russia. Russia will not sit by quietly and watch Iran destroyed by the United States air and naval power in the region. And once Russia enters this, it becomes much more than just a local conflict, maybe more than just a regional war. We haven't thought this through. We need to do that. And I doubt seriously at that point that the Turks would be able to stay out. The Turks are Sunni Muslims. They are the de facto leaders of the Sunni Muslim world. They have the largest armed forces in the region. They are in close proximity to Israel. They can move forces south through Syria very rapidly. And I'm sure Bashar al-Assad, assuming he even survives the opening of this campaign, would not obstruct it. So many questions, but just to back up.
missile arsenal. But Iran is a country that's been the subject of a very intense sanction regime for the United States, increased by the last president, Donald Trump. But for a long time, how is Iran still such a powerful country militarily given those sanctions? It sounds like maybe they didn't work. Oh no, I think that's an important point, Tucker. You're absolutely right. We place so much value on these sanctions and assume that they have this profound impact. Normally, sanctions harm the population in terms of lowering its standard of living, making life more difficult for the everyday citizen. But it doesn't fundamentally alter the policy or the goals and objectives of the government. And this is something that I don't think we understand. And the same thing is true for Hamas and Gaza. You want to go after Hamas. You want to destroy it. I think everyone with a sound mind is interested in the destruction of Hamas. But do you want to kill hundreds of thousands of people in order to get at Hamas? That's the question. We have the same problem in Iran. Our sanctions have not harmed the regime's ability to develop and build very complex and sophisticated missiles. These missiles are very accurate now. There are hundreds, if not thousands. And the long-range missiles, the 1,200-mile range theater ballistic missiles, are a very serious threat to us in the region and to Israel. And the sanctions have had no impact there. If anything, the Iranians have pulled together the best human capital in their country, the best engineers, the best thinkers, and put them to work primarily on missile technology and on cyber warfare. And that's where we stand right now. We have to expect the worst as a result if we strike Iran. How is the U.S. military, do you think, having spent your life in it, leading troops in combat and the Pentagon, positioned to respond to war with Iran right now? Are we in a strong position or not, in your view? No, I don't think we're in a strong position. I think we're probably at the weakest point in our recent history. I think you've got to look at the realities of new weapon systems, new capabilities. The United States Navy, if it's going to preserve its capability at sea, is probably going to be compelled to operate somewhere north and west of Sicily. If it comes within closer range, then it falls into this envelope where the Iranians can strike it. And as I said before, we have to assume the Russians will come into this. Once you move into the eastern Mediterranean, you are vulnerable to Kinshall missiles and other missiles, cruise missiles and hypersonic missiles that the Russians have. This makes it very difficult to fly strikes in support of the Israeli Defense Force against Hezbollah, because now you're flying a very long distance, you deliver your ordnance, you